On along. Come on in. All right. I'm very loud. A little bit down. Because I already speak loud. I don't need the extra volume. All right. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the beautiful lunch. It's a pretty nice spread. Yes. Yeah. It's nice when this is nice and full. Welcome back. All right. Come on in. Welcome back. Hopefully everyone enjoyed lunch. Sorry there wasn't time for a siesta. Would have been nice. Later, yeah. Welcome back. Hello. We're going to be kicking off here pretty quickly. Welcome back. Hopefully you guys enjoyed lunch. Yes. I think they're coming. I think we have folks out there. All right. Yeah, come on in. Lots of space over here. All right, we're going to try to get started, I think, in the next minute. So yeah, come on in if you're lingering. Am I good to go? All right, come on in. Hopefully you guys all had a lovely lunch. It's beautiful food. All right, so I will kick things off again. I'll just do a couple of quick reminders for those of you that are live streaming or have shared the link. There's another link that we just dropped for the afternoon session. So if you want to grab the new link, you can share that and have folks get back into the live stream. All right. Hopefully everyone's making the most out of all the networking opportunities and seeing people face to face. I am going to get kicked off just so we don't impact all the other sessions. And we have a great next session here. So we're going to kick off kind of a continuation from the last panel chat that we had here with a fireside session with two Syrian brothers, Hani and Saeed. So, and I just asked you, right? And Saeed, who are the co-founders of Thaura.ai, another Tech for Palestine incubator project. Thaura.ai is an ethical alternative to ChatGPT, which is much needed. And within the first 2 months of their launch, they've already gained 100,000 users. So yes, definitely. Very exciting, and really have established themselves as the ethical AI solution that the world desperately needs right now. So this session will be moderated by Desiree with founder of Samud Law, a pro-Palestinian data advocacy firm in the States. And yeah, come on up. And a really dear person to all of us. She's been such a great supporter of Tech for Palestine and the community. Thank you. And you know I had.
So guys,
I guess I'll take the pink couch.
I guess.
Okay. Oh,
Wow.
hi everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. Okay, great. I'm so excited.
Let's do it.
Look at these infectious human beings I get to talk
Oh,
to.
Desiree.
Oh my God,
Okay. So we're always talking about ethical AI, but can you define like how you think about what is ethical AI? Like, let's just start there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So initially we created Thawra because we were always using alternatives our whole lives. There was alternatives to WhatsApp, to Google, to Instagram. Now we have Upscroll, but we always we found out that for ChatGPT there wasn't an alternative.
Yeah.
So what we deemed to find what ethical is and what not is we wanted to create a platform or use generally platforms that have no dependency on big tech. Meaning we're talking about AWS, we're talking about Google, so Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, Oracle, all of those. And since there wasn't really an AI company try to pursue this venture, pursue independency, sort of like sovereign technology, we thought an initial start of ethics, because ethics obviously is subjective and also has multiple pillars, would be to create independent technology that has no ties and bindings to big tech. So let's start with there.
And yeah, I think I would like to follow up with explaining what big tech is, because yes, we know our world is generally controlled by a system that is controlled by Zionist billionaires, and they also have their hands in the tech industry. So big tech is basically a handful of big companies. Think Microsoft, Google, Amazon, and they control our digital lives. We are all on our phones. Even right now, many people are on their phones. And we got to know who controls these systems. They control what we see, they control how we communicate, and they put agendas on us. Also, we make ourselves vulnerable when we keep using their products without doing initiatives on our own. So besides the monitoring and their business model, which is basically surveillance capitalism, of course they will say it's innovation. But if someone comes up to you and gives you a device that spies on you and listens to what you hear and sees what you see, you will automatically say, no, I will not use this device and carry this device with me all the time. But this is what we're doing. We're all using their products and giving them the attention they want and the data they need. And on top of that, besides their disgusting business model, they also fund genocide. And this is where we see being ethical doesn't really take much when you compete with them, because they're super unethical. They have partnerships with the government, and Palantir, for example, is a company that is building AI killing software against Palestinians, and all these big platforms are collaborating with them. So instead of just boycotting, we have to do a solution, an alternative, because it's those two. And this is basically what we are trying to do with Tech for Palestine, what Upscroll is doing, and what Thawra is doing as well.
I love that. I think you're totally right. We need to create our own ecosystem of tech companies that can really service us as a community without all of that surveillance tech. So I'm really glad that you're doing that. Can we talk a little bit about how your commitment to Palestinian liberation shapes your development priorities at Thawra? Like, we talk a lot about tech companies and how they can shape the thoughts of their users, but how do you think about your commitment to Palestine liberation and how it translates into the product you're building?
Yeah, so I think also one fun fact is that the reason also why we stride away from big tech is that we noticed that big tech has massive contracts with the IDF. I'm talking about Project Nimbus, Project Lavender, Where's Daddy, where they use these AI models to automatically detect, profile, and categorize Palestinians, and then automatically bomb them. There is like this 30% threshold that has been leaked. And this was like one of the major movers why we started also this initiative. Another thing is when you try asking the majority of AI models, hey, ChatGPT, can you tell me, is this a genocide? What is actually going on? Like, are all these people crazy or am I crazy? Well, ChatGPT, since its main purpose is to keep you on the platform, it will try to give you an answer that is satisfactory to you. It will try to run away from the question and not address it at all. While our fine-tuned model, Thawra, is trying to actually address the problem and not run away from anything. So when it comes to Palestinian liberation, it's important to identify the people that are causing the pain in Palestine and in Lebanon and generally in all like areas that are being oppressed, and like identify the core issues, like the core people that are causing these harms. And in case of when it comes to misinformation and like actually providing the truth, actually providing it and not running away from it.
100%. And I also feel like it's important to look at the partnerships you have, because competing with big players, you do need like some resources and some traction. And we've completely rejected all of that. We're completely bootstrapped. We haven't taken a single cent of funding, no ads. It's all been the community. And this is where I feel like is also a part of how we work for the Palestinian cause. It's through the community. We reject partnerships with big tech infrastructure. We have everything on European infrastructure. I have no ties to them. And also when it comes to how we train our models, like obviously we cannot train them because we don't have the resources, but we do collaborate with actually Tech for Palestine projects, like the wall showing what companies should be boycotted and where not, and build them into our systems. So this is also like part of boycotting them and also establishing partnerships with those who are with us.
Amazing. I love that. Are there other integrations you want to speak to while we're on the integration, like platforming other platforms?
Yeah, sure. We're collaborating with Find a Protest. We're collaborating with NewsCord. Right now, we hopefully, since I just actually came back from Syria, right? And now taking away from Tech for Palestine, since Syria has been hit with this massive war for 16 years, over 700,000 people died, and it's sanctioned by literally everybody. And you think like this is a bad thing, but it turned out to actually be a good thing. Since they're sanctioned by everybody, they're building their own infrastructure. So we as Syrians obviously also try to contribute to this. So we're thinking to help build the companies that are like rebuilding the Syrian infrastructure and the country, like in many ways, hopefully. And we're really looking forward to it. And generally also in T4P, I mean, we are a T4P project. So every project that needs help, needs collaboration. I mean, it's a community-driven effort. And without the community, there is nothing. Nothing is there to exist.
I love that. I love that. I love that you're building on your own platform with other platforms that are similarly aligned. It's beautiful. Tell me about how you envision Thawra fitting into the broader advocacy strategies for Palestine, right? So I know you've thought a lot about how you've built your product and who you're working with, but do you consider yourselves advocates for Palestine and your product advocacy efforts for Palestine, or do you stop at kind of like, we've built our own product and other people can use us for advocacy, but we're not going to advocate?
Actually, we got to hold ourselves back a bit in that regard. It's not because we don't want to, but because there are entities that don't want us to succeed, and they're waiting for us to slip. I mean, you yourself are a lawyer, so you must know that if we say something that might be a bit out of pocket without us really thinking about it, we might just fall and go in a direction we would not necessarily have to be right now in our situation. So we are careful in that regards, but we do want to do a lot. So what we do is we do a lot in the background. It's not always Thawra, it's also the coordination with other teams and having this. Since we're building alternatives, I mean, I feel like we should also build a alternative lobby, a pro-Palestine lobby, an APEC alternative. I don't know. So it's a lot of that because we cannot show too much in the public.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, I hope you're feeling safe in this space to share however you'd like to share. That's one of the beauties of this space, and it's really. I'm just going to take a second to thank all the organizers. Like, this space is a beautiful space. And it really allows us to get up here and be authentic and real with you, and I think that's really beautiful. And obviously not found in most of corporate America, at least where I come from. So it's really special. Have you thought about developing ethical integrity while, like, how you develop or maintain ethical integrity while navigating the commercial pressures that you're facing
Yeah, sure.
as like a building, as a growing company?
Yeah. So this is like an issue that normally how we came to be for now is we have like a specific set of ethics that we always try to follow. Just look at what the competitors are doing. Do exactly the same because their products are actually good, but they're just run by bad people. And initially this way, like the product gets like in a virus state. So how we are trying to tackle it right now, and since now we have to come up with this since no other like AI company is doing this, is we created something called a constitution that actually follows, like Thawra follows this constitution the way it responds. So it doesn't say, for example, run away from the questions and such. That we always adhere to, like follow environmental rules, try to use the most efficient model to be as sustainable as possible. Always try to generally not be evil, stay ethical. I think right now, like being ethical is a common term right now. Like the definition of it has sort of so become mainstream. People that are not following those routes know exactly that they don't. So this constitution adheres many laws. It's like a 5-pager, and it's shaped by our community. We have like a Discord channel of 1,000 people. Every time somebody doesn't like something, like they throw it out there, and we consider like changing it, and then change something if it's really worth considering. And the basis for that is because we earlier said that ethics are subjective, and we shouldn't be the sole owners of deciding what ethics is and what not. So a community-driven way is definitely the core path we need to strive for.
I love that. I love that. And if anyone in this room wants to get connected to your Discord channel, and
Yeah.
provide you feedback, how would they do that?
I mean, on our homepage, there's on the top right navbar, there's Discord. Just click on it and join the Discord.
Pretty much, yeah.
You can shape Thawra up, people. There you go. That's amazing. I love that. Okay, where do you see Thawra heading in the next 2 to 3 years?
Okay.
What's your North Star for the
So-
next 2 to 3 years?
What we try to do with Thawra is to provide a full stack solution. So we don't just want to have the Android app. We would like to have like the iOS app soon, hopefully to come. But iOS has like its ethics thing that they try to appear apparently. Thawra is also like integratable for businesses since we have an API. Thawra is also a coding agent. We're Thawra CLI, which in the last 30 days I haven't written like a line of code. Everything has been written by Thawra. So
Wow.
what we are trying to, so right now we are at 130,000 users, and we started 4 months ago. What we hope that this full stack solution that I just described hopefully adheres to 1.3 million in the next year, and hopefully in the next couple of years to even more, and sky's the limit, because it is pretty much possible to do all these things with no funding. And I think Tech for Palestine is just the perfect ground here, and we're literally proof. Like, you don't need funding, you just need an idea. And we need so many more alternatives in this tech space and in this world. And yeah, we're just trying to make it as big as possible.
I love that.
Thanks.
We heard Issam earlier talk about the naysayers,
Yeah.
right? The people that are like, you can never compete, you can never do this.
Yeah.
Like, how do you think about that every day? How do you get the motivation to go against,
Oh my God.
like the open
Actually,
AI, chat GPTs of the world?
actually, be your own people. It's the family they're be hating the most, unfortunately. But it's they mean it good. They mean it in a good way, because they do want us. Like Sam said, like I really felt it. My father always says, Habibi, you have to be careful, and they will come to you. And there are many factors of why this would not succeed. But I mean, if you don't do an initiative, the chances are 0%. So I'd rather go with 0.001% than none.
And also, like, if you, sure. There's like this one story I always tell every founder, like when they start and they're doubting themselves, like the enjoyment you feel once you disprove those people,
Oh my
it
God.
is so good. You guys have no idea.
He invited the family to a family dinner. First time, second time they didn't come. It was rubbing it in their face, and it was really an amazing
Oh
feeling.
my God. That's
So for everybody out there, go try it. Go do it and disprove all of the
Yeah,
others.
yeah.
It's
Oh,
very
I love that's so funny. I love that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we talked a little bit about like funding. Have you been approached by people who like have wanted to invest or wanted to acquire you, and how are you thinking about, you know, that next stage of your business
Yeah.
growth wise?
So, oh man, you have no idea. Like this is like currently like the core topic. Everybody says like we should fund, and we say no, we need to fund. We're already a profitable business. Things are already going good, and we now for the first time want to hire people and expand the business. But the thing is, he has probably different opinions on this, but my opinion is if we don't fund, we can show the people that it's very viable to scale a product with no money. And if we start funding, it's like you take away this idea. We can fund, and there are ethical funders. Okay, that's fine. I mean, there are good people out there with money that want to like improve their circle. But should we do it if we don't have to? Is it really necessary? Like, wouldn't it take sort of like the magic away from the whole thing? And this is like our initial thought, or my initial thought. The things I don't know. Maybe.
Do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I don't have an answer because we're really thinking about it. We just talked about it yesterday. The thing is, we don't want to lose mission integrity. This is the number one thing. A lot of people are telling us to not sell out and whatever. But like we see, as you mentioned, there are ethical investors out there, and like alhamdulillah, like we have a business model that is profitable, but there are many businesses that don't monetize, and the projects that need to be out there. And then I'm thinking, okay, they do need to get funding. So in general, if there's general rule, funding can be a good way to approach things. Only is it so we're really thinking about it still.
Yeah.
And what are the factors you're thinking about, like if when people approach you? How are you thinking about your like ability to align with them principles wise? Like, do you have concerns about that? Would you not take money from someone who doesn't support Palestine? Like, how far are you willing
Of course
to
not.
go?
Oh my God. What
The
the fuck?
fear, the fear is that eventually it will become a business that's more focused on profits, less on mission, and we don't want to lose this mission integrity. We don't want to get pressure once we have a decision, a business decision that we might have to take, wherein someone tells us, okay, we have to compromise. We don't want to do all that. We want to stick to the plan, and that's why you also got to keep in mind, like this is our first business. We don't really know how things are, you know.
Yeah.
So this is our baby, and it's not just our baby; it's the community's baby, and we always feel it whenever also we receive the money. So we're really careful on who we let's spend time with our baby, I guess.
Fair enough. That's how all parents should feel, right?
See?
That's hilarious. Okay, so I want to talk about, you said it's your first business. Obviously, you're navigating this world for the first time, and you're doing it great, by the way. Like, you're crushing it.
Thank you.
Absolutely crushing it.
Stop it.
Wow. Thank you.
Yeah, you're crushing it. Do you have advice for other Swana, West Asia, whatever we're calling it these days, except for colonizer speak? Do you have advice for founders specifically from that region or that identify with the cultures of that region of how to navigate early founding?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah. Oh my God. You got to be delusional. Yes. Things like seem super impossible in the first time, especially in the beginning, because you have no funding, you have nothing, like everybody's doubting you. But like if you have an idea in mind, just keep pursuing it and it'll work. Like always 100%. If you stay delusional, it will always work. Yes.
stay delusional is the takeaway.
Yeah. I like this. But also, I mean, like we cannot fall into these ideologies Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, and whatever are trying to give us. That you got to lock yourself in your room 16 hours a day and just grind, get investment, and then you'll be rich. It's not like that for us. We have community. They don't have that. And like I mean, I really want to express my love for Tech for Palestine, like really so much. And Tech for Palestine, including all of you guys, that you are willing to support these initiatives. I remember I was doing the marketing, he was doing the tech, and we had like 10 users, 20 users, my own team, whatever. And I was like, man, I wanna bring this out there. And Side was pressuring me. He was like, I built the product. What did you do? And stuff. You're laughing, but this was like serious trouble for us. And I remember I was desperate. I was looking at TikTok because it was my search engine, I guess. And I wrote tech for Palestine. Looked at it, and then I saw Paul like saying, "Oh, this exists. There's something called Tech for Palestine." He said, "Hey, we're a project, we're NGO. If you have a tech startup that's trying to build for a free Palestine, come hit us up." We hit them up, and this was really our launchpad to this pro-Palestine ecosystem that is out there, and it's super, super valuable. It's something we have, which they do not have. So my advice to all the people in the Swana region is to not think that they're alone. There are many people who are just waiting on coordinative systems, and they are being built like through these events. So shout out to Tech for Palestine. Shout out to you guys.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job building that infrastructure.
Yeah.
Really incredible. Can you talk a little bit about, I mean, we mentioned earlier surveillance tech. How do you balance how have you designed your product differently? Let's start there.
Yeah. So again, stay away from big tech completely. Like
Yep.
there has to be no infrastructure connections to big tech. So
Yep.
stay away from AWS, GCP, Azure, Oracle, all of those. This is like the first thing. And now you're independent, but now you have to design a system where you don't surveil the people. So you cannot collect data. You cannot fall into the trap of easy money, because you cannot sell like your soul for money. I mean, this is like a core fundamental principle that you always need to follow.
And you're saying that like everybody believes that, but I want you to know, like, not everybody in the world like functions like that. That makes you special. Okay, just so we're all aligned.
I noticed that. But if you follow these, you will have a surveillance-free product. You know, you have an independent product that actually benefits humanity and doesn't just try to keep you on the platform and make you the product. So super necessary.
Okay, so you have like a zero retention policy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, we're the only AI platform with a free plan. Yes, we are limited to 5 messages every 5 hours because of compute, but we are free in the sense of like we don't get anything from you. Like you're using this
You're not
platform.
the product.
Yeah, you're not the product. Like these, most people might think, oh no, I'm using ChatGPT for free. You're not. Like you're giving them your data and your attention, and they're profiting out of it. So yes, we are limited, but we really give you the space. And I feel like this is how our business model should be. It should not be as disgusting as their surveillance capitalism thing they got going on.
I love that. I think it's really important, right? So I'm a data privacy attorney. It's kind of my shtick. And at least in the US, I don't know how it is in Europe. I think Europe's a little more sophisticated. We are the product. I think someone said it on a panel earlier, right? We are the product. Everything you're giving them, they're going to monetize that about you. And I think it says so much about your integrity that you know that and you refuse to do it. So thank you for doing that.
You're welcome.
Can you talk about how you see like the next, you said you want to grow the company, you want to get bigger, and you also don't want to take funding.
Yeah.
You're seeing the contradiction there, right?
No.
You're not going to take funding. I get it. I believe in you. I think you can do it. I really do, actually. How do you see getting beyond the Tech for Palestine bubble? Right? How do you see hitting mainstream America, for example? I'm not Amerocentric, but I'm just going to use them as an example. How do you break into that market for people that are not aligned necessarily or using your platform to be pro-Palestine? Like, how do you break into the general AI market? And how do you think about that? How are you navigating that? How are you reaching those users?
So one thing is that we're not just seen as a pro-Palestine. We're not just seen as a pro-Palestine AI. So the MENA region, even though I hate saying this term, but for the majority of people to know that, see us as an Arab AI for some reason, even though we don't market ourselves that way. So we have already broken past the Tech for Palestine bubble. And you were talking about funding earlier and that it's a little bit harder. I don't really think it's hard. I mean, if we would get funding, to be quite honest, since we already have a profitable business model, the only thing we would do, we would pour it into marketing. But pouring it into marketing means two things: either pay influencers to spread the word, which they are already doing it for free because it's literally representing their cause. And the second thing is paying these big tech platforms to distribute our ads, which we wouldn't do anyway, even if we would have the money. So what would like funding really provide us with? Yeah.
Okay, so if you're not going to use big tech ads and you're using mostly influencer, is there any other strategy that you're employing to really like break even beyond the Arab world, let's say, like out of the Arab bubble?
This is a super interesting question. I just had the conversation, rather argument with someone yesterday. I think this person's also here right now. Crazy, where are you?
They shall remain nameless.
Yeah. Either way, about the branding, you know, Thawra. What does Thawra mean? It means revolution. Okay.
Yeah.
You got a camel. You got a coder riding a camel. So it's really representing a certain people. But when you look at all the international products, they do have something that doesn't really connect or associate with a specific culture or whatever. They do it very universal, you know.
Yeah.
So this is something we're thinking of, like doing our branding more universal and less as in Arabs building the technology. But we're thinking about it, and I don't want to get rid of the camel. I really don't.
I mean, you're talking to someone who just named her whole law firm Samud Law.
Yeah,
So like, I
exactly,
get it.
exactly,
Like
exactly,
you're doing
exactly.
it. You're doing it. I love that. I think you should stick with it, but that's just the one tiny opinion.
I think
When you're thinking of like how resistance through tech is perceived, like obviously you're very intentional about that. Like
Yeah.
how do you balance the need to be transparent about what your product is doing and how you think about resistance generally, with that need to have global reach? How are you balancing those thoughts?
So again, we have initial thoughts on how to do this by our ethics that we have brought up with,
Yeah.
but we don't have all of the answers. So again, like this constitution in combination with the community is the answer to all of these. If we don't have a question, if we have a question and we don't have an answer, the community is the one to consult. If we need advice on something, the community is the one to consult. So this is sort of like our compass that we try to guide with, and we shouldn't like consider anything else.
and we've been transparent from the bottom up. Like we're answering all the questions because we don't feel like there's anything to hide, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, some people would say that we should be more cautious, but why? Like I wish people would do Thawra 2.0 and like copy exactly what we're doing, because our goal is not to build the next big startups and buy ourselves a fancy car. It's about having decentralized technology.
Yeah.
And if we can be transparent about this technology and people implement it, Bismillah, let's do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Love that. I love that. Thank you so much, guys.
Sure.
Well, I wish you the best. I think everyone in this room wishes you the best. And thanks again for
All right.
chatting with me.
Yeah.
For
of course.
Palestine, I really, really love you so much.
Yeah,
Everybody here, I love you so much.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Really, thank you. Hani, Saeed, wish you guys all the best. Yeah, it's so clear to see just how genuine they are and the beautiful principles they apply to what they're building. So next up, I'm going to welcome speakers for the panel called Powering. Actually, before I do that, sorry, I forgot to mention the networking rooms are available. And so if you want to do that, please feel free to drop in anytime. And I know I forgot to do that earlier. I apologize. So now the next panel, Powering the Global Boycott Movement Through Tech. This panel is going to focus on the BDS movement and how different apps and platforms can help make boycotts more widespread and easier for consumers, and also the need to provide, as we've been talking about, alternatives and easy ways for people to migrate off of ethical tech. So with that, I'd like to invite speakers Ahmed, founder of No Thanks app. We'll also have founder of The Wall add-on, another Ahmed, come on up. And Shadi with Progressive. Yes, thank you guys. Welcome, thank you. And this session will be moderated by Afzal, head of T4P marketing. Thanks.
Oh,
So,
all right.
We get the pink one.
Okay.
Now, so if there's more workshops, you go upstairs if you're registered for one. Thanks,
oh,
guys.
stay.
Hey guys,
Hi.
it's an honor to be here with you.
I get my own.
You know,
All right.
having a social media platform without censorship and an AI alternative to ChatGPT, that's very sexy. So the movement is super proud of the guys from Thawra, Isam from Upscrolled. But let's not forget that one of the things that took down apartheid in South Africa was boycotting. So these guys are playing super huge roles in the movement. So can I have a big applause for them? So I just heard that we had an additional 10 minutes.
Oh, that's nice.
At least that's what I saw in my inbox. That's great news. So I'm going to ask the three of you to tell a little bit about yourself and also a bit about the projects that you are running, starting with Ahmed B.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Ahmed Bashbash, Palestinian from Gaza. I'm the founder of the application No Thanks Boycott. It's the application for scanning the products and see if it is boycotted or if it's not. The idea came actually on the 31st of October when I lost my brother in Gaza in the beginning of the genocide. And from there, I started to think about how we can make more ethical choices. As me, like someone from Palestine or anyone who's interested of the Palestinian cause in Europe, what can they do, or around the world if the word is not enough only to spread. So from there, we heard about the BDS movement that it's been actually running for a while, but there needed more engagement with the current generation or something like that. Just a website is not the best idea. So from there, actually, it came to my mind, the idea of the No Thanks application for scanning products and these things. I contacted even BDS movement. We've been talking a while, doing even a sponsorship soon, inshallah. And yeah, the application, we use actually even the social media in the beginning before it's been censored now to release about the No Thanks and the idea of it, and people liked it and start to use it.
Thanks. And I'm sure your brother is very proud of you.
Thank you.
Over to Ahmed H.
Yeah. So I am Ahmed, Egyptian, but I lived part of my life in Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Germany, Malaysia. So I consider myself a global citizen. I'm a front-end developer by profession. With the really bad market, I did a lot of looking job searching, and I respect companies' time. I don't like to apply and then look up, is this a company I want to work in or not? And after doing a lot of this before even applying, I got tired, of course, and being a developer, a lazy developer, said, okay, I wish if I can just, by opening the website, I would know if it's located in Israel or it has an investor from there. And I wish it doesn't have ads, and I wish it's I don't have to give up my information to do it, and I wish it works automatically. So that's basically what I did for the last year and a half. And of course, I started the project, and then I heard about Tech for Palestine. I said I have to be part of it, and I'm very blessed. So it started as an add-on. It's called the Wall Boycott Assistant. Started as an add-on, and then I said, okay, the same thing. I wish on my phone that I could know which, these companies, which apps do they have? Because they are super sneaky. Most of the free VPN apps are Israeli. They keep doing this collaborations. For example, the most recent InDrive, which is very famous Uber alternative in many countries. They just give all the data to
They
some
infiltrate in
shady.
all over your phone, yeah.
So I try to do the hard research work and give it for free. So yeah, that's me.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Thanks. Shadi.
Hi, my name is Shadi Manna. From Jerusalem. I grew up there till 2005, then left and eventually found my way to Barcelona. So I live here the last 17 years. Very, very happy to be here. Essentially, I have a digital agency doing WordPress and WooCommerce development. I have a team of 10, and the idea, which we're working on right now, is to migrate people away from Elementor. Elementor is an Israeli page builder on WordPress. It's very famous, and it has around 20 million websites, more or less, running on it. I mean, WordPress, people don't know, is like half a billion websites.
Wow.
So it's a huge market. And I had the idea to essentially migrate people away. People are actually at WordPress complaining about it, saying the performance is bad. And then it came to me, like, just put one and one together and, help people migrate. So we're building a tool. So anyone who has an Elementor website, please come speak to me. And yeah, we've been working on that. We're in a beta version, and we hope to start migrating people off soon.
Thank you. So, I know we've prepared our questions, but to me, boycotting is the most important thing that we are doing, that the movement is doing today. And I want to make sure that we have like a very authentic, honest conversation. So I'm going to set the tone with a question that we didn't prepare. Boycotting is very hard. So what product did you find really, really hard to let go, starting with Ahmed?
Actually, the toothpaste. That was the hardest one to find alternative to. Yeah, like I was using my own application, like no thanks, start to scan products. There is like even toothpaste that I didn't know that it is like for Signal or something. Like both are connected in a way that you cannot imagine. So mine was the hardest is the toothpaste.
Yeah. Do you have a new one now?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Some company that I don't even know what the name of it, but as long as it is good.
Okay, so we have ethical toothpaste. It exists.
Yeah.
Okay. Other Ahmed.
Yeah, like the big ones, like Google, for example. Like, ironically, like I use their stores. Like, the number one feature request I get is like, hey, why are you not talking about Google? It's like, okay, I can do it, but I will be giving them on a blade a reason to kick me out of their stores. But like, but how I look, especially at Google and Microsoft, you cannot just take yourself, or it's hard to take yourself completely, but like just break it. So the entry level is using Brave instead of Chrome. Like this is like a no-brainer. Like it's nothing, and you get more features. I'm a huge Brave fan. But then the same, like if you can switch your email to Proton or something, do it, and so on. So like don't think of it as a big thing, because like to me, boycotting is just like I get these comments. Oh, you're like on LinkedIn, you talk a lot, but this is Microsoft, then, or like don't use your phone. No, this is bullshit. Like it's and even the thing that these are these tools, their tools, and like no, like so many brilliant brains from all over the world, from all backgrounds, contributed to this. Like you cannot just tell me, hey, don't use it. No, I will use it, and if they claim to have certain guidelines and we rule by it, like then something like as coward as shadow banning is just like really coward. Like just tell me what did I break and make it official. Like no, you try to send something and oops, doesn't work. So like this is like really shady stuff. So we will also have the freedom to try. And for me, like you said, boycotting is hard, and I'm sorry, like I disagree. I think boycotting is the safest way and the most. To me, it's logical. It's not like I could tackle it from like an Islamic point of view or like religion or like humanity, but to me, it's like just it's basic logic. If you have two stores and one of them attacks and insults your family, it's just I don't have to give reasons why I would pick another one. Like it's just. And it's also safe. Like no one is asking you to make a project and risk your career and like do that. But no one so far, at least, can force you to pay for something you don't want to. Like it's not a crime. You're totally safe. No one would know. So it's. This is the entry to any other thing.
Still, in the end, it is hard because even we're dreaming big, right? So one day we have an alternative to Google, to Dropbox. To Android, there are actually already alternatives, I think open source OS that you can run on your phone. but then you're still using your phone, and there are so many hardware components in your phone built by Israeli companies or companies that work together with Israel. And even if we one day will have more ethical hardware components in phones, then you still need to rely on mobile network connectivity. And mobile network connectivity is something which involves like the governments in all countries, which are all supporting Israel. So boycotting is hard.
But we have to start somewhere. Like this, like don't take.
True.
It's about
If you look at any problem as like a one big thing, it will be hard. Like I wouldn't have imagined that a single, like I'm the only one working in the whole project, the whole thing, like 3 add-ons, 1 Android app, 1 official website, 3 social media pages, and like I reached like 10,000 downloads. I was like amazed. I without spending like there is huge demands, and like we just have seen upscrolled. Like there is huge demand, so this is the time to start if you haven't at all, and to pump it up if you already started. We outnumber them.
It's about to take it as a step by step.
Yeah.
Like you cannot jump into like boycott. It's like all of it at the same time. Like, okay, I'm cutting this, this, and this, and this in one night, because like in each one you need to take a step for it. Like in the when you wanted to replace Google, there is like not one platform that you can go to replace Google. So, for example, then for the email you will have to use Proton. For like the search bar, you have to use Brave or something as a browser. So it's always about taking step by step and like do research or using application now that it gets easier for you to find alternatives.
And the goal is not to take Google down, like because like the number one reason I hear for not boycotting is like, what can I do? I'm alone. Like no, like my goal for the wall or like all these amazing projects, like just to signal them like, hey, you might lose something, or so like this is all we can like hope for now. Inshallah, it will change later, but like even this is enough. Like if they notice in their reports that we lost $1 million this year, this forces them to start. Okay, maybe we shouldn't take no thanks from the stores. Like this is what we can aim for.
We're doing what we can, step by step. Shadi.
Yeah, I think Spotify actually has been. I blame my daughters because they just love playing around with it, and they have their stories and everything. So that's been a tough one. I know there are alternatives. I've researched them, but migrating everything and having lists from 10 years has been tricky. So that's one I'm struggling with. But everything else, I agree. There are alternatives, but it's the question of how do you change people's habits, right? I think we talk a lot about boycotting, but this concept of boycotting, of like, what am I going to buy? What's the alternative? And how do I change my habits is really the tough part. The alternatives that do exist, but it's not easy to change habit. You need to be motivated. And that's tough. It's good with this group of people, but the point is, how do you extend that over to the kind of masses, quote unquote, who do care, but how much effort are they really going to put in if they don't have a quick, easy alternative that's one button click? And that's really the challenge, I think, for boycotting. It's not people in this room, it's the people outside of this room that you talk to anecdotally, you want to help, but they don't know how, when, and how much effort are they really going to put. And I think that's on us to really help them migrate, give alternatives in an easy fashion. I think that's where tech comes in.
I like where you're going with changing people's habits, one of the most difficult things to do.
Right.
So that's the angle for my next question, because we've seen a wave of app-driven boycotting in the last 2.5 years, but we also have seen a massive growth of the movement in the last 2.5 years. So do you think that because boycotting is it scaling because of all the apps that we have right now, or is it because of the movement that is growing, or maybe a combination of both? Starting with you, Shadi.
I do think it's a combination. I think tech is a tool. I don't think it is the original root cause. The root cause is the feeling of helplessness, the understanding of what's happening, and that came through social media, that came through speaking, that came through the internet. So I do give credit to social media, although it has its problems. But I think that is helped people be aware, and tech will, again, accelerate the process. I think we're lucky to have Tech for Palestine help us, and that's why they talk about scale. The motivation is there. Again, it's just how do you scale? How do you make it easy? And that's what tech is all about. It's the tool to help us get to the next level.
Ahmed?
Yeah, actually, I see the same limitations becomes opportunities. Like we all agree that we need more alternatives to things, and this is like an opportunity. Like maybe one of any of the people here picks something and like starts to build the next Google or whatever. So I see like it's when it's like it works both way, and like now, especially if you can say one good thing about AI, it's like this. Like it's really special. Like IT people is not special anymore. Like when I say like I work in IT, it's like yeah, so many of you. But like it's a good thing because like now anyone with a good idea can start something to build the big next thing.
Thanks. Over to Ahmed.
So I think actually it's in the both sides because like, yeah, technology made it easier, but made it easier for the people who are actually looking for these things. Before that, like before like 7th of October and these things, you couldn't find like even people who know about Palestine, what's going on is there. Like people who are only like watching Fox News and these kind of channels that give them the narratives that in the Middle East everything was good, other than the terrorists like that the USA is fighting. That's what they were showing. But after that, when like these news start to show up and the social media that actually, even though that they did the censorship after that, but after they already lost it. In the beginning, there you could see the news in TikTok and X and even in Instagram before they tightened the censorship. And after that, it came the time for us actually, the guys who build tools to help in these things, to help in the boycott, to help to know more about the Palestinian movements, like Tech for Palestine when it started, like to spread the news and make the movement more stronger. Because it is like we got the now like the stage, we got like people knowing about the cause, but now we need to make it more easier for them, continuing and being more involved.
And do you think that you now focusing a bit more on tech because like No Thanks is mainly about consumer products, right?
Yeah.
But if you look at tech, do you think that you get enough ecosystem support for boycotting? So I'm now looking at Ahmed H and Shadi. Are they making it easy enough?
Yes, like definitely. Like if we can find one good thing about the really depressing situation, like I started, for example, like speaking up on LinkedIn, and people like I was actually one of these people who say before that LinkedIn is only for work and I would unfollow, but like I just removed most of my social media for different reasons, and I only had LinkedIn. And then, of course, when the war started, I said like I cannot just pretend, oh, look at this JavaScript, whatever. So I started, and it was like super hard in the beginning. Like I was like one of the few voices. Now it's like I think the pressure is moving to the other side. Like it's like, why aren't you talking? So it's definitely improving. Like look at the scale like of Tech for Palestine, like events, and more people join. The amount of projects. Paul talked about like how many projects there is. It's definitely. I'm very optimistic. Like in the long term, like and the more they make it painful, the more they accelerate their exposure and like undoing of all the propaganda. So I'm pretty optimistic. Like people keep asking, oh, how can we help you? The wall, like the downloads are growing up. No thanks also. So like yeah, there is huge demand, and because like once you see it, you go into this rabbit hole, and like some people read more about Palestine that I do, and like I'm an Arab, so I should know more about it. But like some people who were late to the party, but they do a lot of catching up and a lot of education and take huge actions. Like Paul himself is an amazing example of this. Like he just wrote an article that's something slightly like maybe something is wrong with this situation, and like Zionists went full crazy on him. And this was the beginning of Paul saying, okay, you know what? Challenge accepted, and he started Tech for Palestine. And with each one, they inspire more and more.
Shadi, do you have the feeling that you are fighting on your own with your mission on getting people off Elementor, or are there enough alternatives? Like, is it one-to-one replaceable for other tools? Do you get enough support?
I guess the question is support from whom are you referring to? Are you referring to the ecosystem within?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't think so. Again, I think there's a lot of awareness now. The awareness helps a lot. I think what's might be lacking more is the technology. But again, technology meaning the alternatives. But we can build those alternatives using open source. So the nice thing is technology is agnostic theoretically, unless it's controlled by a corporation that has its own incentive. But if you use technology in the right way, as you know, Thawra, Upscroll, all these ones, this exists. The technology exists. It's open source. You can use it. You know, what you need is users, and those people are motivated to migrate. So it's a question of how do you leverage the existing technology, might have been even built by Meta, but it's open source. Use it and use it for good. So I do think it's possible. I do think it's in its infancy, and we do have a lot of work, but I think we have the people, so to speak, on our side. It's a question of us taking it to the next level, again, through not just boycotting, but boycotting and fighting the right alternatives.
Thanks. Ahmed B, can you remind us again, how long does the No Thanks app exist? Since when?
Almost 3 years, like between 2 years and a half and 3 years.
Yeah. Okay. And do you see a change in human behavior since?
Yeah. Like the good thing is about like to keep the community as open to motivate each other. But like the people already like, there is some people who told you like, for example, like, okay, now I don't actually even drink soda anymore. And now I don't use these kind of products and these kind of products. And like they started like how like I was trying to tell the people that it is the new lifestyle. And people started like to adopt to these things, especially when it is just a click, by a click of your hand. You go to the store, click, and you can see and you can participate. And from there, like the people start to be more involved, to read about it, and to even advocate for you. Like I am bad at marketing. I actually, if it left on me, that it will be just 10 people right now using No Thanks. The good thing is about like actually like the people themselves start to like it and make videos about it and share it with me. Like they were like, oh, take the video and post it for yourself. So like they wanna actually, like the people are motivated to be involved. We just need to show them the way.
Yeah, got it. What I also wonder is, and you said it at the beginning, changing people behavior and buying chocolate from another brand, that's easy, right? But there are some brands and products, if you're going to boycott them, might disrupt your life. For example, Google. For some people, it's like Google is everything. You know, it's, you use it, a single sign-on, your location history, cloud, everything, authenticator, and especially if you're like a Gmail user from the first hour, basically your whole life is connected to Google, so it disrupts your life. But another example, you know, I'm from the Netherlands, and the three biggest consumer banks are known for investing in weapons that are being sold to Israel. And basically the whole movement in the Netherlands, they are aware about it. Yeah, but migrating from bank to another bank, it disrupts their life. Yeah, because they were basically born with a bank account number at these banks. You're getting your monthly salary, you're using it for your mortgage, for your rent. So it really disrupts your life if you're going to migrate away. And that's you know, like the fear of the disruption always wins from the motivation to do something relevant. That's human behavior. And I just wonder, what is your vision? What can we do using tech to overcome this challenge?
I've actually been thinking about this, and I think boycotting individually is good, but I think boycotting collectively is better. And I think in this case, that's essentially what I would recommend, right? Trying to find technology and use technology in a social manner in order to bring people together to say, hey, we all have 100 accounts. How can we pull this together, go to the bank and say, look, we're all going to disconnect our accounts, and you better do something about this, and tell them this is the alternative and there's an easy way to migrate, and we're going to leave, so you guys need to either do something about your investments or change. And that's obviously been done. But if we can use technology to do kind of social boycotting, I think that would be a great benefit, because these apps individually are great on an individual level, but they're not going to have the impact they would have if you can bring people collectively. I even have people saying, well, what else should I buy? Well, why not build an ability to say, hey, I boycotted this, and then share it with your friends, and they all tell you what's the alternative and where you can buy it locally. If we can kind of get this social movement where it's more of a collective and not an individual, then I think you get that power back to the people. Almost like unionizing it, like the other the other speakers, like unionizing kind of the intifada, so to speak, but unionize the BDS.
Thanks, Ahmed.
Yeah, I think there's different approaches. Like, interestingly, I was with some event with someone from the BDS, and like people asked him, like, I think, why is not Starbucks is in your list, something like this, and he said like the number one company or one of the biggest ones. I'm not sure about the name, so I don't want to say something wrong, but it's like one of the petrol or like gas companies in America, and they contribute billions, but we don't know a lot about them. So they try to make it little options, but like really effective. And there is also like the like more like quantity more than quality. I guess like with the wall, for example, like I picked the quality thing, but like just as informing, because like so the problem is like multiple things. So the first thing is knowing, like even though like Wix and Fiverr is almost common knowledge that they are Israeli, but some people still don't know this. So like, and not to mention about the 20,000. Like even I, who built this 20,000 companies, I don't know all of them, and sometimes it pops up in my face, and it's like shit, this is something. So like both ways work. Like you can stay focused to like organize and like make it effective, or like spread it, and like, there's no need to pick one way. Like just if you can do the and they help us with this, like because like I say, it's disruptive, it's like very addictive stuff and hard, but thanks to their brutality and like the constant helpless feeling we get in every day, each one has like its own threshold when they say no, screw it. Like this is more hurt, like I want to fight back more than how lazy I am, and then you switch. Seriously, like sometimes I see like, I don't know, settlers sitting in front of a truck delivering food, and then I automatically start posting about the war, because like this is the only thing I can do, because there is a limit to just shouting angrily. Like it's good, and it's still better than nothing, but it's also like limited. Like so I try to channel all the like this helpless feeling into like, okay, doing something that informs more and more people, and I get inspired by Boycott and like No Thanks and all these amazing projects. So
of course. So we just have 30 seconds left, and in your case, I want to make the question a bit more specific. How could we use No Thanks to change human behavior? What is your vision?
Well, in the beginning, like it would be like good right now while we are doing the alternative things, is we are trying to link it even for the boycott itself. So when you scan a product, I'll tell you it's No Thanks. We're trying to even find you the alternatives to that around your area and around region part. We've been working on it, but so far, while we are still not capable of doing it, what we can ask the users is like to take the time, the community to take the time to look into the alternatives and to start like moving for to them, like step by step. And even sometimes, like what I do sometimes with myself, I do them parallel. Like if, for example, like Gmail, I didn't like just drop the Gmail and went to like other application. I just like literally have them both at the same time, and then like withdraw it step by step.
Awesome. Very inspiring. It was an honor to sit here with you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks. Look, can I get a big applause?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Shadi. It was awesome. Thank you, Ahmed and Ahmed and Amzad. All right, so the next session kind of continues on this theme of taking power back and action. So the next session is titled Inspiring Action and Scaling Solidarity, which is all about apps and platforms which make it easier for people. Which make it easier for people to get more involved, engaged in the movement, and take action. So the speakers include Mark, founder of the conversation app Mori Moral Agent, Lena, founder of Tabs for Palestine, a plugin supporting pro-Palestinian brands. And we have another Lena, who is the social media lead at Find a Protest, an app which helps people around the world locate and attend demonstrations and events. And moderating the session will be Tom Hall, who leads the incubator for Tech for Palestine, which all three projects are a part of. Welcome up. Thank you.
Get comfortable.
This thing on. Can you all hear me? Okay, great.
Yes.
Great. I was going to start with introductions, but since that already happened, let's just jump right into it. So our first question is, in one sentence, what does inspiring action actually mean in your work right now?
I think at Find a Protest, it means giving people clarity of where to go, what's happening around them, and having something actionable that they can do.
Great.
Yeah, I think for us, it's mostly around meeting people where they are. Yeah, it's not?
Speak up.
Speak up louder. Okay. So I'll repeat myself. Yeah, so for us, it's around meeting people where they are. So not expecting everyone to become an activist, and try and kind of meet them and help them in whatever capacity they are to get them to do something for Palestine.
Yeah, for us, I think it's a bit loud. It's embedding it into people's daily habits. So supporting Palestine or all ethical options becomes part of your daily lives, and it becomes as easy to choose the right options than it is to buy from a non-ethical one that you see in the supermarket. So making it as easy as possible for you to support Palestine and embed it in your daily habits.
Great. So yeah, we all know that there are people who care and want to act and want to do things, but they just don't. And a lot of times it's tempting to think they're just losers. But we know that's probably not true, because all of us were at some point or another in the same place. So what are, in your experience, the biggest hidden barriers preventing people from taking action? And how can organizers lower those barriers?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are just scared, right? Like going to a protest, that's a big protest, can be scary, especially in the States where you don't know what might happen to you. So something that we do at Find a Protest is actually also platform things like workshops and film screenings and smaller actions, or maybe not as out there as going to a huge protest, that people can step into and meet others with the same passions, that feel the same way about Palestine, and that warms you up to doing more, right? So it's like taking that first little step.
Mark?
Yeah, I share your frustration, like when you see people kind of not taking action. But I think we need to acknowledge that people have the reasons for not taking action. And I think that's a really good starting point. And rarely these reasons are because they do not care, right? Most of the people care, right? So I think starting from that kind of mindset, we kind of now see these individuals as kind of vulnerable individuals who they're feeling demotivated, disheartened, frustrated, isolated, right? So we kind of need to start from that stage and find ways to actually understand them, right? And there's, to your question around barriers, I mean, there's many. Lost.
Oh, not me.
You still hear me?
No, you can't.
Stop working.
Here.
Gonna have to yell.
That one's not working either.
Is there an on-off switch on there? Maybe? Oh, no.
Second time lucky.
Wouldn't be a tech conference if
Okay.
the tech worked.
There we go.
So to answer your question about the barriers, when you speak to people, that there's some very basic things that they tell you. What if I offend someone, or what if I get in trouble? So kind of a need to understand these, and also understanding that some of these stem from wider systematic, inbuilt mechanisms, right? So the whole, concern around will I offend someone? Again, it's by design. When you see how anti-Semitism and criticism of Israel are kind of infused together, purposely to get people to, okay, I'm not going to say anything because I might offend someone. The same with will I get in trouble, right? You see organizations like Palestine Action getting proscribed. The reason is less around getting activists to stop protesting and more around the vast majority of people out there to be afraid to take that step because they might get in trouble. So kind of these are the sort of kind of barriers I think we need to overcome to start tapping into the vast majority of people who are not activists and would want to do something to support Palestine without becoming activists.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think for us, and in general, from the people that I see around me, that are very supportive, but yet there's a bit of like a lack of understanding of, okay, if I boycott, for example, what will be the bigger impact of boycotting this specific brand, for example? So I think there's been like there's a mix between communication, where are we communicating the impact more, or like, oh, you need to boycott this, and then it's like, okay, now I feel like I can't buy anything, instead of saying, okay, I know I need to boycott, I know I need to cut some things out, show me the alternatives, because actually there's plenty of alternatives out there, but it's just more about voicing them more, rather than telling people. I think that was mentioned before, of like telling people to stop. It's just going to be way more frustrating than telling them, hey, like, this is an alternative to like the Meta thing, and then you have like Instagram, you have upscrolled now, and it's just amplifying those alternatives rather than telling people don't do that. So it's maybe like in the communication, and that like frustration of, I don't know where to start, and I don't know how doing this will have that larger impact of like liberating either not just Palestine, but the whole movement around it.
Yeah, that's very good. And you just reminded me that there are not good alternatives for a lot of the tech that's out there today. There are good alternatives for a lot of tech that's out there today, but for some things, you get real significant efficiency gains from using complicit tech that the Zionist people are taking advantage of. And if you boycott that, you're essentially hobbling yourself, which, obviously creates a moral gray area, but
yeah,
it's not something I would recommend. Okay, so moving along, a lot of people, as we already discussed, a lot of people care, they agree with the cause, they want to make change, they want to do something, but they just don't know where to start, or they think what they can contribute is just not going to be meaningful. So What, for you, has been the most effective bridge you've seen from awareness to meaningful action?
Yeah, that's a great question. So for me, even personally, the first protest I've ever attended in my life was in December 2023, and that it was a small protest downtown Manhattan, and that community of people, seeing people around you, who have already been taking action, have been forming, either handing out boycott little pamphlets or meeting once a week to talk about action or something like that, was a bridge into, okay, there's a lot going on that I didn't know about. So I think just like showing up somewhere and meeting those people who you might not be around every day is a really helpful tool to continue action once you're in that community.
Great. Do you want me to repeat the question?
So, no, I remember it. So yeah, regarding the bridge, I'd say there's more than one bridge, to be honest, because when we talk about the vast majority, or the silent majority, or the bystanders that are out there, they're so nuanced. There's so many different realities for people that this isn't like one single bridge for everyone. So we kind of need to build multiple bridges, and that's, I think, where tech can play a big role, right? Because it's something that activists can't do on their own because it is exhausting, right? So we need to be kind of building multiple bridges, and those bridges, in my opinion, for the bystanders, need to be non-activist framed, right? And we should not be expecting people who aren't doing anything to suddenly become activists, right? We shouldn't be even expecting to ever become activists, to be honest, because they have a role, right, in the movement, just by doing, small things in whatever capacity they have. So I think that's kind of something that we kind of need to realize, that there's a lot that could be done out there without actually getting people into activism. Because let's face it, activism is not easy. It's hard, it's exhausting, it requires resilience, patience, and there's a lot of people out there who have patience, have resilience, but they're directing it to maybe the family, right? And their own hardships. So we kind of need to help them do their small part, and then collectively that will eventually make a difference.
So the question was about the first action, right? Like, what is the first step? I think no matter what you do, whether you're building something or you're just new to the cause and getting to know, like, just, feeling for it, or if you're more advanced and you feel like, well, I wouldn't say advanced, but if you're more into like, okay, now I'm at the stage where I want to be part of the solution, I think no matter what, and I think this is what also helped us, like at Tufts for Palestine, it's joining a community no matter what. I think that always keeps the momentum moving, and that also keeps you, hopeful, because you see that people around you are still like talking about it, especially that nowadays you can end up in a job and the people who are working with you, they may not care. And this is the people that you see every single day of your life. So slowly, you start to also be like, okay, the shift, no one really cares anymore. So if you start to join, like Tech for Palestine is a community, and even if you're building a tech product, I still think that there needs to be community, as they also mentioned with Thawra. They bring in their community into this. So I think number one has to be, and the freedom, like this freedom will be achieved through community and like through common work.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. I have told this story to many people today, but I'm a bit embarrassed to say that prior to October 7th, I knew absolutely nothing about the history of Palestine. I decided and made a conscious decision to educate myself when October 7th happened. And at the time, I used to scroll TikTok for a couple hours every night, because doesn't every middle-aged white man do that? And I learned a tremendous amount from that. And I mean, I went on to then read books and watch documentaries and talk to people, but it wasn't actually until I joined Tech for Palestine, which was, the day it launched, January 2024, where, the early days of Tech for Palestine even were pretty tumultuous. I mean, there was a lot of people coming and going and not really doing stuff and talking and not acting, and it kind of seemed like, maybe this was not really going anywhere, but it was a community, and I became part of it, and I stuck with it, and now I just met a couple of women who flew here from Saudi to come to this event because they heard about it on LinkedIn. I'm like, I post a lot on LinkedIn actually because, well, anyway, long story. But
yeah, no,
yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
It really keeps like even if you like educating yourself, if you're alone in your bubble, like and the people around you are not at that like level yet, like it gets difficult to just be in it like alone.
Yeah.
Sure. It's heartening for sure.
Yes. Okay, so moving along, if someone out there is watching this or listening to this and suddenly newly motivated and they want to do something, what would you say, Lena, is the single most important first action? I just said it was join a community, but maybe not. Would you direct them toward, and why?
Go to findtheprotest.info. No, but honestly, we really as a team work towards making Find a Protest something that's not just protests. And there's a lot of things that you can do that can even be in your own home online, right? Like if you're scared to go out there and actually be out at a film screening or at a protest, there are workshops, there are all these things that you can do online. Just finding some sense of community where you feel like, oh, these people feel the same way as I do, or they want to take action. And I think the more that people come together, the more actions we will be able to take together.
So what would be the first action that I would recommend? I'll keep it very simple, and I would say any action that gets you to the second action is probably what you should be thinking of. And it's less about making a difference and more about getting people to change their behavior. And I'll tell you what I mean. If you're going to boycott, don't focus around the outcome. Like if you're individually going to stop buying something, if you think about the outcome, your psychological there's a psychological barrier that kind of automatically kicks in, and you're going to say, oh, that's not going to make a difference, and I'm not going to make it. So I think we need to be helping people to get them to take some form of action, very low effort, very clear, and something that they could actually complete. So instead of going and say, oh, boycotts, even like the way you word it, just say, next time someone offers you a Coke, don't choose another drink. Why? Because they've got a factory in Nasrat, which is built on illegal stolen Palestine land, and you don't want to be part of it. So it's also around how you frame the action to the individual. So trying to remove all the activist kind of boycotting words. I would say that would be like the first action that I would do. And that would basically help the individual who has been demotivated, feeling heartbroken, feeling that they can't do anything, to then suddenly say, oh, okay, I've made a decision and I've stopped buying Coca-Cola for this reason because I don't want to be part of it. And that gets them to the second action, which might be a little bit kind of, requires a little bit more effort. And eventually they get into the habit, right? Because that's the objective, is to then it becomes a habit of the individual for them to kind of take action.
Yeah, I really like the don't focus on the outcomes because, I don't eat at McDonald's. And I don't eat at McDonald's because of the boycott. But I don't expect that McDonald's is going to be damaged by my not eating there. I only ate there maybe once a year anyway. So like whatever. But just knowing that it's a principle that I have, I don't eat at McDonald's. Like I don't go to Starbucks. I don't, whatever. I think that's a really powerful thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was actually, depending on the angle, I would say that if you're building, let's say, like a tech product, I would maybe include the impact in that sense where, okay, using this product will lead to this impact. I think nowadays people need to visualize this more and be able to see like, okay, if I'm gonna, although I'm using it out of, obviously most of the time people are using alternatives from goodwill because they want to help, because they want to go for the alternative. But for those who are still, not sure about switching, I think showing them the impact that yes, you care and you can do more because this will lead to this. This is more on like if you're building like something angle, and it's also making it as easy as possible for people to use your product, that it becomes so easily embedded into their daily lives that it becomes the easy option out of this whole system that keeps just like sucking us into their products. And also for just people in general, it's your attention. It's where are you, like, be aware of where you're putting your attention. We mentioned multiple times that if a product is free, you're the product. You are the product. So it is, at the end of the day, it's your attention that is being monetized. It's your data that is being monetized while you use this. So it's becoming aware of, if I use this, then they will use it against me. So be aware of where your attention is going, because at the end of the day, this will turn into data, which for them is the big money. Yeah.
Great, thank you, Lena. I feel like when I said, I don't expect it to have an impact on McDonald's, of course it's going to have an impact, and I want it to have an impact. I highly recommend the book BDS, Boycott, Divestment, and Sanctions by Omar Barghouti. I always butcher Arabic names, I apologize for that. But BDS was one of the things I had heard of long before I knew anything about Palestine, because I always thought it was weird that there were laws in the US against boycotting something. So I'm like, you mean I have to buy from somebody? Like, what happened to the free market? And I don't really understand that. But I never really understood it, and I never really thought it could have much impact even when I started learning about it. But when you go back to the basics and you read what were the founding ideas behind BDS, and what impact do they think it can have, and how do they think it can have that impact, and et cetera, it's really helpful. I mean, it seems kind of like a truism to say actually reading about BDS is a good way to learn about BDS, but I think most people don't, because they're like, well, I know what boycotting is, so but there's a lot more.
I just to add to this, I'm half Palestinian, and my mom has been telling me ever since I was born, and had when I started to want things in the world, to always boycott was a thing. I knew Starbucks, I knew McDonald's, and honestly, I'm a bit embarrassed to say that it was only up until 4 years ago where it clicked in my head, because of education, because of understanding that, okay, when I go buy at this place, first of all, I'm not the only one buying from Starbucks. And then with time, you educate yourself, you understand that, for example, Starbucks is funding, at that time, they had something to do with the IDF. So it was like, okay, now I understood why that money is funding them and why I should stop. So it was just to add to your point.
Yeah.
Well, and with Starbucks too, we definitely made them feel that boycott a lot, right? And I think even for myself, when I started boycotting it, if I'm with friends and they're like, "Oh, we want to go get coffee," I'm gonna divert them from Starbucks. So there's another thing that even if we're boycotting, we also kind of pass it along to our group, which helps.
Okay. So we have about 4 minutes left. And no more questions. So I'm gonna jump into.
Talk about boycotting.
We do have some. We have some bonus questions. So let's jump into those. So it's one thing to mobilize people once. How do you keep people engaged over time without burnout or drop off?
I think giving people options, and there's so many options here today that we've heard about. Just once you start, I think it's unfair for us to expect that person to show up to every protest or go to every film screening or whatever it may be. So I think having options where you can do something that might be a little bit less of an effort is really important, so that people can kind of sustain that movement they've got going, but not, have to give it 100% every time.
Yeah, I'd say when it comes to sustaining momentum, I guess there's kind of two angles to it. One is making it a habit for individuals to continue supporting. So they're not driven by crisis. They're not driven by, whatever they see on the media, right? Because things continue happening. So we saw, like, when there was a now so-called ceasefire, we could feel that there was a slow in the momentum, right? But if that becomes a habit for the individual, then no matter what, you would continue, right? Because it becomes part of you. But the thing is, there's so many like systematic pressures that then eventually kind of discourage you from continuing supporting, right? And I would say one major thing is about visibility, so seeing the movement, right? So Find the Protest, for example, you not necessarily going to Find the Protest to find the protest for you to attend, but going on it to see what's happening around you, so that you realize that you're not alone, right? And there's a lot of people around you that are, trying to do something about it. So just that basically helps sustain the momentum, even if you don't actually go to the protest.
Yeah. Well, that kind of combines a community and making it, again, like this is what we are trying to do at Tabs for Palestine. And you just download something, it's always there in the background, it's a Chrome extension, it stays there, you're just opening tabs anyways. So it's kind of integrating doing good as part of your daily lives. And I think that should be how life should be. We should not have to think about making the good decision. It should be part of your life. And yeah, I think it's just making it your daily habit, and also being aware of, there's a bigger picture to this. It's not just me and my decisions. And I mean, it's me and my decisions, but it's not just me and my life. There's justice, there's people who are still going through it, and it's still an ongoing thing. So, and just like on top of this, there's plenty of things that we can do, there's so many options and possibilities and options that can be created. And the movement, as I think was previously said, like we're just beginning to organize it a bit more. We're just beginning to, like Tech for Palestine, it started 2 years ago, but these things are evolving, and this is what we need. So we need obviously a lot of people to get into doing that. There's plenty of options that you can do, and using the skills that you have. Like I'm sure anyone's skills can be applied to doing good and to liberation, not just for Palestine, but even like if you, at the end of the day, as we always say in this cause, all the causes are connected. And if it's a cause that is closer to you and you know more how to help it, I think that eventually it would all lead to connect together, and it will free Palestine, but also free the world from this like capitalism world. At the end of the day, it all stems back to capitalism, but yeah.
Yeah, well, so all three of you work on projects that we incubate at Tech for Palestine, and that's what keeps me coming back every day. Like just the work that you all doing, amazing, and thank you so much for being here.
So much.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you all for providing these resources and tools to enable meaningful action and options. All right, so next we're moving on to another fireside chat and two more siblings, this time Lebanese siblings, Katia and Jenna. Similar to Thaura.ai, their project is also about a revolution, but this case, a pink one. So Pink Thawra is a community and consulting organization supporting LGBTQ plus Palestinians and Arabs in the fight for Palestinian liberation. It's also one of the projects in the T4P incubator, and we'll learn more about the conversation moderated by Tiba, who is a T4P staff member. And yeah, thank you. Welcome to the stage.
All right. Oh, okay. Wait, this is working really good.
Wait, where are we?
Nice.
Do we sit separately? Do we sit together?
Sorry.
I didn't know if you wanted the couch. Comfy.
Hi.
Hi.
Nice couch, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah.
And hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. So we have the topic today about intersectionality within the Palestinian movement. Big word.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's, as I said, a very big word, but it does have a very simple truth. And it also might be a word that a lot of you are familiar with, but then again, some of you may have never really come across it. And when we are talking about this and intersectionality, it's also very important to understand that it's about creating inclusive policies. And we're going to discuss how that pans out specifically for the Palestinian movement. But first, of course, introduce yourself. Pink Thawra, what is it? What are you girls doing? And yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go first. I'm Katya. I'm Jenna's big, older, proud sister. And together we formed Pink Thawra, and it was kind of both ends of the spectrum covered between us in the sense that we both realized that queer and trans discussion was being left out of the Palestinian movement, and it wasn't being explicitly called out for, you know, as part of the freedom of Palestinians. And I say both sides because I am a straight person and my sister is queer, and both of our involvement is equally important in a supporting role, and then also advocating for, you know, the rights of people like my sister within the pro-Palestinian movement.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Janna. My full-time non-Pink Thawra job is I work in human resources, operations, and talent acquisition. So this kind of came to life because the HI industry is full of the most performative people I've ever known. No secret. And it was so incredibly frustrating because I couldn't find space for myself. I had just launched my company end of August of 2023. And then my tata, Ali Yarhama, passed away a week after I launched my company. And then October 7th happened. And so I just went right from one thing to the next, and it was a very hard industry. It still is a very hard industry to talk about Palestine. It's also a very hard industry to have real conversations around systemic racism. There's a lot of inclusivity, intersectionality are huge buzzwords I see thrown around very carelessly in when it comes to employment, when it comes to allowing employees to speak up about their experiences. And so when I found Tech for Palestine, I thought to myself, okay, if I can't create this space within HR, how do I find this? And I found Tech for Palestine, and I noticed that there wasn't a conversation around one of the main ways that Israel perpetuates its ongoing occupation, which is pinkwashing. And for those of you who don't know what pinkwashing is, it is a propaganda tactic backed by tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars and millions of dollars paid to influencers to frame, and it's not only Israel, corporations do it, the US does it, a lot of European countries do this, but it's basically a way to frame themselves as the gay safe haven in the region. And, you know, I think pinkwashing sits on 4 pretty essential pillars. One being really highlighting Israeli queer rights within Israel, and I put rights on air quotes specifically because there aren't any, and then ignoring real Israeli homophobia in the state. And then the second pillar is highlighting Palestinian homophobia or Arab homophobia while ignoring real moments of Palestinian queer joy and where there are safe spaces for us to exist. And then the third pillar being using this dialogue around LGBTQIA in the framing of who's civilized and who's barbaric. And then the last pillar is the safe haven brand that is invested in very heavily.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question, because we're talking about pink Thawra, pink washing, but what exactly does intersexual, like, what does it mean to you?
Yeah.
Specifically also for your organization, but also the big term itself. If you could dive into that a bit for us.
Yeah, I'll go first, because I think her and I have supplementary answers to this. But for me and for many, intersectionality is the understanding that the same systems that have enabled genocide, ethnic cleansing, occupation, and violence against Palestinians are the same exact systems that enable homophobia and transphobia and general disenfranchisement of people in the world. So if you're fighting for a free Palestine, but you're a homophobic person, you are dehumanizing one community and propping up another, and it's hypocritical and it's counterproductive. And yeah, homophobia thrives and relies upon the dehumanization or the othering of the queer, and also transphobia around the queer and the trans community. So if you are claiming to be pro-Palestine and you're excluding queer and trans people from the conversation, then you're not really doing anybody a service. You're just trading one system of oppression for another, and it's we have to do better than that.
Awesome.
Yeah. And for me, intersectionality is that I don't experience the world in just one box. I'm queer, I'm Muslim, I'm Lebanese, and the term intersectionality was actually coined by a Black woman in 1989 when she struggled to hold conversations and explain to people that she's not just oppressed as a Black person, she's oppressed as a woman, oppressed as a Black woman. And I think it's a fine balance to talk about intersectionality, because we don't want to continue to separate in more boxes, but we also have to acknowledge the ways these systems affect us all, and that it's not just me as a Lebanese person, it's also me as a Lebanese queer person. And in the same— And a woman, yeah. And, patriarchy affects me, homophobia affects me, Islamophobia affects me, and. And so I think it's important for us to name— a lot of us in tech are afraid to name the systems of power, and I think Tech for Palestine does a good job at naming the biggest systems of power. And I think understanding the subsystems underneath them is just as important, because it's all a part of the same puzzle.
I have a follow-up question on that, because you did touch on something a little bit juicy. I am curious. So where do you see the performative intersectionality failing Palestinians within the tech space specifically?
Oh, yeah.
And if you can, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I think the obvious one is people being fired for their identity, right? Or people who are fired for speaking out about Palestine. And from an HR perspective, which is very, very interesting, you have people who— you all see the Eid Mubarak post, the typical performative Ramadan Kareem posts from companies, right? In the same way that
you didn't even get that from my company, though.
Yeah. And I think, and all while not having inclusive policies for Muslim employees during Ramadan, or adjusting hours, or I would have to use PTO time if I wanted to take time off for Eid. So I think not only that, but typically companies have very superficial, high-level policies on anti-discriminatory, but it's not actually lived out within the HR teams, within the leadership team, et cetera, because no one wants to talk about it. And I can't tell you how many times I've been in rooms with CEOs, COOs who dance around topics like this. And they just want to say, okay, yeah, do whatever you think. It's fine. But then when it actually comes to being faced with an issue in the company, for example, if there's someone made an Islamophobic comment in the company, then all of a sudden that person becomes the villain. That person becomes the barbaric. Oh, they're being aggressive. They're speaking up too loudly, and they get fired.
Can be intense. So what experiences have you had where people have ignored this?
Ignored. Okay. Yeah, it's a good question. I had a conversation with a founder of a tech company who is building an ethical alternative to another product. And one of the conversations was they told me that they knew about pink washing, but they didn't quite understand it. And they think it was something they needed to be educated about, but they didn't know where to start. And I said, okay, if you don't know where to start, I can take that curiosity. This is great. We can work with that. And as I dug in deeper, there was a forum that they were a part of, and someone had asked this founder, okay, how do you feel about LGBTQIA community? And this founder didn't have an answer. And when I asked them, why didn't you have an answer? They said, well, I just don't know enough about it to talk about it. It's complicated. It's complex. Where have we heard that before?
Where have we heard that before?
Yeah. And so then it progressed to me asking this founder, hey, how do you actually feel about the LGBTQIA community? And their answer was, well, I don't think you should be killed. Yeah. And I thought to myself, okay, you're an ethical alternative, framing yourself as an ethical organization, but you hold some problematic beliefs about the queer community. And this is something that I encounter more than I would like to admit. But I think in the same way that we crave accountability and learning and evolution from our own communities and from these tech companies, the same should apply to us. We should not be immune to the accountability of learning and growing and evolving, and that we don't need to know everything about everything, but we need to start somewhere.
I mean, and a general follow-up to that, I hate that I have to use this example, but we would use this example with our own parents in their journey with their homophobia, which they have since made a full recovery from and are an integrated part of our lives now, which I think is special in and of itself. And that's, I think, another theme for this talk. But when it comes to, oh my God, I'm blacking out. When it comes to accountability, it's something that, I lost my train of thought.
It's okay. It's okay.
I do have a follow-up question.
Yeah, please ask it.
Yeah. I want to know, for someone who is new to this, what's one question that they can ask, maybe in their own workspace, or if they are thinking about creating an ethical alternative, how can they address this better?
Oh, I remember what I was going to say.
Okay. Well, we can come back to this.
Sorry.
We can come back to this. Go for
Sorry,
it.
it's been a really long week, everybody. But no, I was going to say, I hate that I have to use this example, but when I'm trying to explain to people how to include queerness and trans people within the conversation, I have to use the example. If someone was like, oh, what do you think about this? What do you think about a Zionist? And they're like, oh, it's fine. It's okay. I don't really have an opinion. You're like, what? What do you mean you don't have an opinion on a Zionist? How can you be so neutral about this? And neutrality in this sense is violence, and in violence also against the queer and trans community as well. So being accountable is okay, if you have to ask yourself, I think the baseline, again, if this is a frame of reference for people to start at, is okay, you ask yourself, how would you just insert the word Zionist in it and see what your response would be? And that should be the response for anything around racism, gender violence, inclusivity, ableism, all of these things. So yeah, just to follow up.
Which I think, just really quickly, it's not just about the queer and trans community. Ableism is one of the, I would say it's probably one of the most untapped and unlearned topics, especially in tech. Ableism, I hear people throw the R word around. I'm not going to say it because it's a disgusting word. And, even the way that people build products, right? Like you have KYC products that are using facial recognition, which I know that's a different topic for another time, but not being able to recognize darker skin and darker features, right? So this is not just only about the queer and trans community and it being inclusive and intersectional in that way, but it also talks about racism, because racism is prevalent in the Arab world as well. So I just want to emphasize it's not
so, but not uniquely.
No,
so,
no,
but
not
yeah,
uniquely
yeah.
so, of course not. And I think when we think about our own communities and talking amongst even other Arabs that I talk to, we need to also be talking about racism, anti-Black racism. We need to be talking about ableism and. So I just want to throw that
I have a question. And so what do you say when someone confronts you for being loud about Palestine, but not being equally as loud for the Congo or Sudan, which is having its own genocides?
Yeah, I think someone mentioned it in an earlier panel, which is like we all have a role to play, and it's like we are operating within the world that we exist in. Like for us, I'll speak for ourselves, or myself, like as Lebanese women, like we're so directly impacted by what's happening in Lebanon and also what's happening in Palestine. And because we understand that these causes are connected, because we're vocal about Palestine and Lebanon the most, that doesn't mean we don't care about what's happening in Congo or in Sudan or in Iran or anything, like with the war that's happening now. Like we care about everything, but we also understand that we don't have to performatively I would love to have all of the energy to talk about Congo and Sudan, and I do when I can, but at the same time, I understand that the fight that I'm fighting for Palestine and Lebanon is going to dismantle the systems that are affecting Congo and Sudan and enabling genocide and child labor and just like completely unethical practices from top to bottom. So I wish that we could I wish the world could bring the same energy to Congo, and I see that it's starting to gain momentum. So that's another impact of the Palestine movement, is that it's teaching people how to mobilize for other causes as well. Like we're seeing what's working in the pro-Palestine movement, and I think this can be very effectively applied to Sudan and Congo. And also we see, even with what's happening when the UAE for a brief moment stopped supplying weapons to the RSF in Sudan, that people were able to take back some cities in these cases. And it's like, you see, okay, how all of this is connected. And there was, even for a moment, a break or a victory in Sudan with what's happening in Palestine, in Lebanon, and Iran. So.
Great. So I'm going to go back to the question that I was asking earlier. So for someone who is new to this and the term, and maybe today, hopefully, some will feel the need to maybe ask some questions in their own workspace, what is one question that they can start asking?
I think whether it's a product or a service that you offer, think what parts of your product or your services are perpetuating oppressive systems of power. And that's a big statement, and it can mean a lot of different things. But I think if you start with understanding what parts of your product or service are continuing to perpetuate and uphold and feed into these systems of power and oppression, that's a great place to start. Because I think that is what I, especially as a person who works in HR, and I coach executives all the time. And if they have curiosity, we can work with that. If you have genuine curiosity, you may not say the right things, and that's okay. You may say the wrong things over and over again, but so long as you have the curiosity and are open to holding yourself accountable to that evolution, I think starting with how am I contributing to this, and how am I not contributing to this? So leading with curiosity is more powerful than I think people really realize.
And I think just to really quickly add to that, I think that there's also, even before you get to that phase, there's like, people don't know that what they're saying or they're doing is hurtful. Yeah. And like ableism being one of the most unrecognized forms of discrimination, like people, if you wear thick glasses, I used to wear thick glasses before I had eye surgery, and people used to be like, oh my God, you were so blind. And I'm like, but that's an ableist thing to say. And like most people don't even know to call that out, or to say, or someone's like, oh my God, I'm so tone deaf, or I'm so deaf. It's like, those are ableist things to say. And so I think I don't know exactly how, if I call this out for somebody, I think we need to be accountable around each other as well. It's like, if somebody says something problematic to me and I'm not in a position to say something back to them for whatever reason, I don't know them, or it's not a safe space, or I don't have the energy, it's like, okay, maybe, but whenever I have the ability to, I call it out. And that is a lesson that people have come back to me and said, I remember when you told me this, and I think about this. And with mental health, like when people say they're going to pay themselves or self-harm or something like that, it's like, you can't say that casually. And it's just building awareness around these things is also how you take accountability and stuff like that.
And this is something you girls are doing right now. So I just want to give a round of applause because we've actually touched on a lot. Thank you. So I'm curious. So what do you say to people who say that we shouldn't talk about LGBTQIA+ until we have a free Palestine?
That is one of the most common forms of pushback I hear. I remember after we announced, we did a webinar, I don't remember when, but we did a webinar for Tech for Palestine, and we announced it in the Pink Thawra Discord channel, and we got pushback from someone. And they went on a rant about how dare you talk about queerness in the context of freeing my country, blah, 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 blah. And we can't talk about this until we have a free Palestine. First of all, I think it's all of our liberations are intertwined, first and foremost. I think second of all, it is our responsibility to learn and understand the many ways that Israel is able to continue its occupation and apartheid and genocide of Palestinians. And pinkwashing is a huge form of that. And I don't think people fully understand the level of propaganda that is put out for things like Tel Aviv Pride. You're talking, we're starting in 2005. They had partnership with the Israeli Ministry of Tourism, allocating, I think, $9 to $10 million to try to rebrand itself, especially after the second Intifada. So it was this very quick but also silent progression. And then we're talking upwards of tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars to bring influencers, for example, like Neil Patrick Harris to Tel Aviv Pride. And there was an advertisement last year for 2025 Tel Aviv Pride, which ultimately got shut down, not for the reasons that you think it should have been, but it was shut down. And the advertisement was an AI prompt saying LGBTQ Pride in the Middle East. And it showed AI-generated content in Tehran. It showed AI-generated content of a pride in Syria. And it flashes and saying, basically it was saying, that's not real. What's real is Tel Aviv Pride. Come to Tel Aviv Pride and be queer in the only place in the region that you can be queer, which that is a completely separate topic around how that actually pans out. But I think if it is our responsibility as people who are also in places of privilege, honestly, to be able to have these conversations and learn about these things in this way, that we need to learn about the many ways that Israel perpetuates and continues its ongoing occupation, and pinkwashing is one of them. And so that's my response, is it not our responsibility to learn these things? And in the same way that we're learning about how women's health is not taken care of in Gaza, that women are having C-sections without anesthesia, it's our responsibility to know all of these things, and LGBTQIA are just the same. And, a lot of people, especially in Palestine, talk about this feeling of this dual exile, being exiled from their community and also being exiled from their homelands. And then you also have examples of a lot of queer Palestinian joy and Arab joy that is not talked about. People only wanted to talk to me about my queerness when it fit into the narrative of, I had experiences with homophobia. Of course you did. Tell me more. Tell me more. But when I want to talk about joy, no one wants to hear it because it doesn't fit into that narrative. So I think it's our responsibility to learn about all of the different ways this propaganda shows up.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, like when people are like, well, we can't care about LGBTQ rights in Palestine while we're being bombed, or in Lebanon while we're being bombed. Okay, like however you are meant to survive, like I can't tell you how to survive and how to resist. But what we can do with the privilege and the safety that we have on the outside is start to have these conversations. And it comes back to the same point. If you're asking somebody, well, we can't fight for queer Palestinians, like, okay, do you care that, will you care as much if a queer Palestinian was bombed as a non-queer? Like, the bombs don't discriminate. And that's kind of oftentimes the rhetoric that people who are not as homophobic, but might be like, well, we shouldn't care about this right now. We have bigger things to deal with. But like, we have to keep this conversation going as much as we can on the outside, because we also are working against the system of Islamophobia and racism that paints us as uniquely homophobic, and Arab and Muslim people as uniquely homophobic, and therefore we must bomb them into liberation. And so it's like my sister mentioned, it's part of this same pinkwashing campaign, erasure campaign. It's just like, well, and it's just it's homophobic and it's transphobic.
Yeah, and I think to add on to that, I had pinkwashing of my own. I stopped going back to Lebanon for 10 years because of the fear that my family members had built up about going back to Junub, because we're south of Lebanon. And I went back for the first time in 10 years this past October, and it completely rewired my brain. And to see that people had curiosity, they had questions. There was maybe a couple people we had heard through the village that they didn't want to come to our house anymore because they found out I was married to a woman.
We're the gay house in the village.
We're the gay house in the village now. I swear to you, everyone knew I was married to a woman. Everyone knew my wife's name. She wasn't even there. And so, but you know, you go from someone like my father, who was born and raised in Lebanon, in Junub. And whenever I say Junub, people are always like, oh my gosh, but isn't it so conservative? Which is true, right? I think there's aspects to that can be true. But I think it is, I would also say it's not. I say it's full of a lot of really, not even just Junub, Lebanon, you name it. I think we're a compassionate people. And I think the fear that was built up in my brain that my family members straight up told me, you will be unsafe if you go back to our village.
And that is the experience for some queer people.
Yeah, it is.
Village.
It absolutely
like,
is.
It is, for sure.
Absolutely. And it's not to erase experiences of real homophobia, which I had, but to go to our village and experience joy and people wanting to know about my wife and wanting to know how married life is as if I was a straight hetero person. It was an insane experience. And for someone like my dad who, oh, sorry.
No, it's fine. I just looking at the time, and I just want to give you the opportunity, as much as this is super important, to just say in a quick minute what you guys are doing with Pink Thawra before we finish off this panel chat.
Yeah. Time flies.
Yeah. Say 1 minute?
Just super quickly, if you guys can just tell us very shortly, because it's so much.
Yeah.
Go for it.
You can go first. I'll go last.
Okay. So Pink Thawra is, as we said before, or as I was saying before, we're a consulting and community group. So we do both workshops and just community gatherings for people who are Arab and non-Arab, but also Arab exclusive, because it's just as important for us to decolonize our own communities in our own ways. So there's a community aspect of that's let's say less tech focused. And then we, on the more business side, we do coach and advise founders and leaders who are building companies and products and services to help them think through more holistically how to build more intersectional policies, products, features, things like that.
And really quickly, we're also, we've been working with Paul and working on ways to apply these same principles of intersectionality to Tech for Palestine projects and to Tech for Palestine project leaders to make sure that we are upholding this expectation of intersectionality within our own community.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Yes. Well done. We are lucky to have you two sisters leading the way here, and lucky to have all of you on T4P's team. Yeah, thank you. That's great. All right, so our next panel is a panel that's also near and dear to me. How do we create opportunities for Palestinians? So whether it's students, youth, professionals, leaders, founders. And to answer these questions, we have a very special group of speakers, each one of them working on impactful programs related to jobs, training, and mentorship. So the speakers are Alan, director of Gaza Sky Geeks, and really the pioneer behind tech and startup training in Gaza. Brandon, co-founder of Apricot and principal, two recruitment agencies dedicated to supporting Palestinian and pro-Palestinian talent. Salah, yeah, come on up. Salah, founder of Zeki, yes, an accredited tech training mentorship program, and Samid, founder of Meshka, a STEM training accelerator that prepares Palestinian students for international science Olympiads. So amazing. So Brandon, Salah, Samid are all part of the Tech for Palestine incubator, and the session will be moderated by Rolf, founder of Simsim Travel, which is one of today's sponsors for the event, and is also the founder of pro-Palestinian professional network Zaytun. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. I know everybody's brain is fried by now, so it's like we'll try to make it like easy and fun. Actually, I was trying to prepare for this panel, and then I remembered someone was telling me about a Chinese saying that, "Do not give me a fish every day, teach me how to fish." So this today conversation is 100% about that, is exactly about that. And we're not here to talk about aid. We're not here to talk about donations and contributions. But here we're talking about opportunities, skills, and real economic impact directly on the Palestinian economy. We're bringing startups and platforms that are actively building pathways for Palestinians on the ground, creating jobs, training talents, and connecting people to the real world opportunities. So these are not ideas. These are working platforms with real impact. They help Palestinian talent get discovered, access the global market, and generate real income. So after the panel, please feel free to reach out to any of these amazing people and founders and directors to see how you can contribute into mentoring Palestinian students, into help Palestinian talents get discovered, and so on. So we're starting with an educational platforms for Palestinian talents and Palestinian students called Mishka, founded by a Palestinian software engineer, Samed Al-Hajajle. And Mishka is a training accelerator that prepares Palestinian students to international science Olympiads. Samed, tell us more about Mishka. Why did you build it, and what is it exactly doing on the ground? How many students have you, like how many talents have you still discovered in Palestine? And it's so hard to be talented in Palestine in this ongoing situation.
Thank you, Ralph. It's good to be here. We are Mishka. Mishka is an educational platform established in 2019. We promote and organize Palestine's participation in scientific Olympiads like the Physics Olympiad, Chemistry, Informatics. Currently this year, we have 9 Olympiads, and our focus is to upskill talents and promote problem-solving skills for students in Palestine.
Beautiful. Do you have any challenges that you're facing at the moment, like discovering the talents and then showing them to the world?
Yeah, currently we have around 5,000 students training, and every year we have more and more students. We accept students from Gaza, from the West Bank, from 48, Jerusalem, the diaspora. So we have a lot of Palestinian students, but there's no way to bring them physically into one place.
Yeah.
Because even inside Palestine, sometimes it's hard even to get a student from Nablus to Ramallah to attend the training. So mobility is definitely one of our biggest challenges. So we conduct online and remote trainings across the year. But hopefully we are looking to expand into an Olympiad center or find a way to actually have the students physically engage in these type of learnings, especially because it's extracurricular.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Samad. Moving forward to Gaza Sky Geeks, presented by our friend Alan Al-Qadi. He's the director of Sky Geeks that helps Palestinian individuals and tech companies to become experts in high-demand technology and also connect them directly to mentors, internships, and at the end, inshallah, getting them like work contracts. Alan, I've checked and I've read and went over your annual reports. Honestly, like strong impacts. Tell us more in numbers how you guys are operating in whether in Palestine, whether in whole Palestine, West Bank, and Gaza, and what are the challenges that you guys are facing as Gaza Sky Geeks now, and challenges for remote workers in Palestine.
Thank you. Yes. So, well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting us to speak. This is a fantastic forum. The Gaza Sky Geeks is a program of an international NGO called Mercy Corps, and it's been running in Palestine since 2011. Our purpose is to help Palestinian individuals and Palestinian tech companies earn incomes from Palestine by working for customers overseas. So what we do is really train people. We run training programs, from very technical training programs, whether it's coding languages, cybersecurity, data engineering, to less technical, to things like digital marketing, motion graphics, even content writing. Any type of skill where they can work online from Gaza or the West Bank. Now, originally we were a Gaza, hence our name, we were a Gaza-based program. And then once the war started, we really couldn't run on the ground in Gaza anymore. So we recreated ourselves in the West Bank. And we run everything now online from the West Bank. We put through about 5,000 people in 2025 and 35 tech companies in Palestine through our programs. And the goal is to give them the skills. Oh, and one important thing to think about Palestine with skills training is Palestine isn't a low-cost country. So we can't compete on price in Palestine. So everything we do is trying to encourage individuals and the tech companies to specialize in some type of niche, whether they're going to specialize in a coding language, whether they're going to specialize on a particular business domain, or become an expert in digital marketing. But you have to be an expert, because we can't be just the cheapest. We're definitely not the cheapest in Palestine. But what you'll see in Palestine is, and you all know this, it's a very highly educated population and desperate to work. Our biggest challenge, we can create the supply with training thousands each year. We can create a supply of talent, but our biggest challenge is how do we connect them to the markets overseas? And that's where really we're asking why we're at these types of forums, to open that message to all of you, to ask you for connections, or also to sign up to be a mentor. Connect to one of our participants and mentor them to improve them, or be a trainer in a particular speciality. Anything to help them, but ultimately find or help us connect to overseas markets. And by the way, we partner with many other organizations, and I know Brandon and TAP and many others who are close to the market, and we can provide them the people they need, but we need your help in the marketplace, because the jobs are in the West. They're definitely not inside Palestine.
Thank you, Alan. That's exactly it. So here, guys, we have action plans. So after October the 7th, many people got depressed, felt hopeless. How could I help Palestinians? So these are one of the initiatives that you could help by connecting these talents that are really, really like I always tell, like, Palestinians are one of the smartest people. And it's hard to put them down. Like, you put them down, they keep coming like a fungus up, right? Cactus. Sorry, cactus. And like, you would find journalists, you would find documentaries, you would find like people really knows how to use technology to showcase their countries, what we've been through. So opportunities like this, by connecting these talents, would be would be much appreciated. We'll come at the end of the discussion to talk more about challenges, but we're moving forward with Zaki. So Zaki was founded by Salah Ghanem, Palestinian cloud engineer. He lives in Berlin with a mission to empower talented Palestinian youth to overcome barrier, realize their potentials, and take their place in the global technology landscape. Salah, a quick overview about Zaki, please, and what are you building, and where do Palestinian graduates struggle most?
Yeah, so thanks for introducing me. Like, long story short, Zaki is really just focused on taking students from the classroom into the job market. And we try to focus on the education part specifically, not the hiring and the placement, because the hiring and placement, they have experts like Brandon here and Tab and Apricot and like all these amazing companies active in this field. And we focused on education mainly because education is hard to make it profitable. Like education, like you have to find funding, but at the same time, in the case of tech, it's like the people who have the expertise through like networks like Tech for Palestine are actually the ones who can teach. And they're the ones who can also open the door for jobs. And that's why Zaki was created. We focus completely on this concept of network-based knowledge, network-based wealth, network-based door access, network-based thinking, practically. And yeah, we've been doing Zaki now almost for 2 years. We tried from the start to focus on like what's happening in the job market, because the situation in Palestine is insanely hard. And one hard thing about it, of course, is just simply sustaining yourself and your family. And to do it not as a victim, but to do it as someone who actually is contributing to the global economy, someone who's actually adding more. And because of this, like we focus on building these education programs, and we built 2 of them. Like they were completely focused on AI. So as you mentioned, Alan, like specialized from the start. And this is how we see it. Like when you need specialists, you can't just easily go out and find them. You need a big network to look through it to find these kind of people. And we've been like very lucky. I think through the courses we did at Zaki, I think half at least the volunteers came actually through Tech for Palestine. So this is definitely the right crowd to talk to. We've already had so many good conversations with so many different interesting people who've done what we've been doing and did it in a different way, people who are looking into doing it. For example, many people who run their own software agencies, they're saying, okay, but about AI education, actually we need it for our own teams right now, because we have our own teams and they're not equipped to do AI. Can we do something with your own curriculum that we provide for Palestinian students? So this is kind of Zaki, this is the spirit behind it, just to use the network to educate, help the new generation, and help them take care of themselves in the future.
Great. Do you have collaborations with universities in Palestine?
Yeah.
Great. So I could see it as a pipeline, right? We discover the talents, we send them into we try to send them to marketplace, we qualify them, we mentor them, and at the end we come to Brandon to get them a job. Brandon, you got the hardest part.
Easy, no problems.
Right. Brandon is a software engineer, and I'm sure everybody's already met everyone by this time. Apricot connects companies with top Palestinians and MENA talents, enabling fast global hiring without the usual barriers. Brandon, you have already placed many Palestinian talents into the market. Can you share with us some successful stories and roles that you still remember? Like, and you go like, I'm so proud to go these Palestinian.
No problem.
Right, let's
easy.
go.
Mohammed Mortaja, the first engineer I placed, he grew up in Mississippi but was born in Gaza. His brother was born in Mississippi, so his brother was brought out 6 months ago. The Red Cross came in and picked him up and took him out and dropped him off at a gas station. But he, his wife, and his daughter still live in Gaza, and she was born. His daughter Masa was born 40 days before the genocide began, and he still works on projects with us. He makes a very good wage for Gaza. Of course, half of it is taken away by the 15 system it takes to get cash in, but he's able to provide for himself and his family. And I think this is an interesting story. This is a story that doesn't get told by either side necessarily, because it doesn't fit either side's narrative. You know, like it's not helpful for a lot of people, not everyone, not the people in this room, but it's not helpful for everyone to tell the story of a successful Palestinian man feeding his family and his community. Because people will say, well, there is no food. Well, there is food if you have money, and other people are starving to death. And he eventually was starving to death. And, you know, for 4 days, we talked about how, like, if his daughter doesn't get food, then he will die first because they're not going to take a bite of food out of. Anyways, he's gainfully employed now, and he builds dashboards for a company that builds software that houses disabled Americans.
Wow, built by a Palestinian.
From Gaza, in Minneapolis. So he's fighting the fascism that exists in the United States as American bombs are falling on his head. And he will never tell the story like this. He would never tell the story like this. He's a humble man. He's an incredibly intelligent man. His daughter is beautiful. She speaks English. If she comes, if and when they get to Cairo, I fly immediately to Cairo and we go get ice cream. We go to the zoo. We go get. Nice. But the point is that he's an incredible React engineer. He's an incredible back-end engineer. Like he works tirelessly on these applications. He's now building a social media app in Austin for a woman who's building something for moms, sort of like Craigslist to sell things, children's old stuff. It's one story. I have 150 others. Like the talent there is endless, and it took this genocide for me to see like how I could help, but also for the world to see a lot of things. I think we all know that I hate this term silver lining because I don't think that's what we should call it, but there are externalities and we have to, I'm a pragmatist till the bitter end, and we have to capitalize on them. That's what Apricot is. It's an effort to take a pragmatic approach to an incredible and impossible problem.
Thank you for sharing that. Palestinians are very proud people. I have a team working from Gaza, actually. One of them were doing SEO, and I was helping another family in Gaza through donations. And that person came to me and was like, do you have a job for me? I don't want the money. And actually, it shocked me. I was like, yeah, do you know how to write content? And then she's like, yes. So she started writing content, and she's like, listen, you pay me fairly. Don't pay me extra, okay? Because I'm from Gaza. And it's really amazing to see how people are living in devastations, chaos, after genocide happening in Gaza, and still have this proudness. Like, I don't want to get your money for free. So she was supposed to deliver something last week. She's like, Raf, I'm supposed to deliver it on Tuesday. Can't deliver it on Thursday. I don't have diesel in my motor to generate electricity, so I don't have internet. I was like, yes, you can even deliver it on Saturday. So this takes us into like into a questions like, is remote work right now have seen as an escape of occupation and a path to freedom for Palestinian economy? This is like most an open discussion. I would love also the audiences, if you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. This is the last panel, and then yeah, anybody would like to.
I would really love to answer this question, because I feel, first of all, it was part of my drive to become a startup founder, but also I see it a lot. Like if you look about Palestine itself, like there's the Zionists took practically everything from the Palestinians. Took the sea, took the land, took the air. If they can, they would take the air, all of this. And so what's left for the Palestinian, even like their bodies. So what's left for the Palestinian is what they have while they stand. And that's why you have like one of the highest educated population, I think, globally. And that's why, like, I hired Palestinians before starting Zaki. Oh, I always hired Palestinians. And I didn't hire them because, oh, yeah, now you're Palestinian, I will hire you. I genuinely was hiring globally, like everywhere. And I always had the best results by far, like the most driven, the most willing to learn, the most flexible, that consistently. And it answers to your point, because if I'm someone who's born, I am someone who's born there, I think your thinking becomes like, okay, my life is so limited, where can I put my energy? You can't go out partying, you can go out, you can, even sports, like you can go for a run in my hometown. Like there's no space to go for a run. Yeah. Then you have all this energy as a young person. And then I think the average age in Palestine is still 19 years old. So the whole population is so young. So yeah, people want to work and they want to find their identity through making things.
I would like to hear more about Brandon. You have great experience in connecting people with companies. If there is a challenge that's stopping companies from hiring Palestinians, like are there difficulties? How could we push this?
It's just
further?
message. It's just message. It's just getting the name out there, like apricotinternational.org. Like, if you're hiring, like everyone has said, it's not like one of us is saying like, oh yeah, they're it's really great talent. Like, we're begging companies and saying like they can outperform any market. Like, if you're hiring so it's practical from the business sense. It's like Apricot would have failed miserably in the beginning if I was bringing workers who couldn't do the work over instantly. I'm in San Francisco. I'm in Silicon Valley. These people are working at a Series A, Series B, Y, C startups. The people who don't accept anything. There's a culture there that is insane and has its own problems. But they've hired people. They're paying people in Cairo that escaped Gaza $8,000, $9,000, $10,000 a month now because they just kept jacking up their rate because they're that good and they know their value on the market now because they're in Cairo or going to London and they look up how much does a software engineer make in London because I know I'm good, and they just keep raising their prices. And so the challenge is just getting people to know that this is especially Americans, my God, but Europeans as well, like to know that this talent is there. So that's the challenge.
Thank you so much. Alan, would you like to add something to this?
Yeah, I'd add a couple of points. One was the ability to work online or learn online and then earn online. What I hear from my colleagues in Gaza, it's not only life-saving, because one person working is also now supporting their whole family. So there's that side. But I also hear it's an escape. I mean, they've been in misery for the last 2.5 years, even if go back before how bad it was before. But the last 2.5 years have been, as we all know, like an apocalypse. But for them, when they're actually working or learning online, it's a kind of escape as well. And they're doing something productive. So it's mentally good for people as well. One thing I'd add, though, is another challenge is for people employing is they're worried, of course, if you're overseas, will these people be able to work online? They've all seen the photographs of Gaza, things like this. Of course, it's difficult. And we've just heard then, even getting online, people are kind. People who sign up for this are also doing it with a reason they want to help. One of the areas that we're trying to support within Gaza itself is what we call co-working spaces. Those are absolutely desperately needed. We put a call out. We've done it a number of times now. We've been supporting 5 co-working spaces since July 25. We got 100 applicants. If we had more money, we'd support 100 of them. And now we're supporting another 5 in addition. So there's a desperate need for places for people where there's, I'm not going to say safe, but at least it's a facility, and there could be a tent, but it's been fitted with solar panels, diesel power. They've got desks, they've got Wi-Fi. We need more of those, and we need more support for those.
Thank you so much, Alan. If there's anyone who would like to ask a question from the audiences, just feel free to put your hand up. Yes, please. Payment challenges.
Yeah, I would say like,
that's a great question, actually.
Yeah. There's fintech solutions that are being created by Palestinians, by Syrians in London. There's a company called NSave that works on this problem, but also provides other products. Bitcoin is a tool that is used. There are other methods. I don't think it's great to talk about all the ways to pay Palestinians right now, but there are many ways to get it done. It's not as difficult as you would think. And the West Bank, and I think we've talked a lot about Gaza because of what's happening in Gaza, but there's a lot happening in Ramallah, and if you need to pay an engineer in Ramallah, obviously it's like paying an engineer anywhere else in the world, except they get better healthcare, at least than in the United States. And And yeah, and then you're talking about Cairo too. So really, when you think about Palestinians, like think about the diaspora as well. Like there's diasporas. This is really interesting, I think, for anyone at this conference. There are diasporas being created in the past couple of years because of the 100,000 that made it into Cairo and now creating groups in Spain, in London, in South Africa. And this is completely uncharted territory, right? And these stories are getting out, and that's why you're seeing all of the music and noise and culture that is coming out of this. And so when you talk about paying Palestinians, you're talking about a lot of different in a lot of different ways and places. Yeah.
But it still, like, for Palestinians who are in Palestine, we're still paying them through their IBANs, their local IBANs, right?
Yeah, I would say like you have to do OFAC checks. It's complicated. Like you have to make sure that you're doing it in a safe way. And when I say safe, it might be different than what other people mean by safe. It's you know, you can have your ability to pay people taken away. You can have your bank accounts frozen. There's ways that they can stop you from being able to pay people. And so you have to do your due diligence. And it might not be your personal beliefs of why you're doing that. You may have different beliefs, but you play by the rules. Otherwise, you lose the risk of paying however many people you're paying. So without getting into too much detail, be safe, be careful, do your homework, and realize that there are many different places that you can help and pay. Some have more risk, some have less. Some require more diligence and some less.
And if you need help and advice on how to do it, any of us can give you that advice. There are many, many different methods, but ask us for help and we'll give you suggestions on different ways, because it does depend on what you want to do and what your company wants to do or where you're located.
Thank you so much, guys. And so unfortunately, we don't have more time. So to close up, these are platforms that they create pathways for opportunities and freedom. If you have any questions or you would like to learn more about each one of them, feel free. There is posters behind that wall. You just scan the QR code and go directly to their website. And please don't just walk away like that. Like, this is not any other conference. We try to spread the words, share their work, put them on your social media, and spread the message. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for joining us today.
Thanks.
You too.
Yeah, thank you all. What a great discussion and an important one on how do we restore and strengthen the Palestinian tech and startup ecosystem through the very many different programs that we can create and make. So now we're moving on. I feel like I'm very loud. We're moving on to the next and final panel discussion of the day, titled Owning the Narrative, Historical Memory, Present Reality, and Future Vision. So this panel will showcase efforts to build Palestinian-owned narratives about our past, present, and future. The speakers for this panel are Maria, co-founder of Loren Labs and the live streaming and citizen journalism app Decast, also our sponsors for the event. And we have, sorry, where do we go here? Lena, co-founder of the platform Gaza Living Story, a digital map and memory of hope. Maura, fundraising lead for Visualizing Palestine, a leading organization using data and research to provoke narrative change about Palestine. And the moderator for this event is Gabriella again. Thank you, founder of DNA. Welcome up. Thank you.
How's everyone doing? Can you hear us? I think this is the last one of the day, am I right? Okay. We need to get some energy going.
I can sit here.
Do
you want to? No, I think it's fine.
You want to play musical chairs? Yeah, do you?
Do you want me to
be comfortable?
Yeah. Then we're all together.
Just all close, like a nice little family. I like that. I just wanted to set the scene by saying that obviously I am absolutely no expert in Palestine. I'm not an academic, I'm not a historian, and I'm not going to sort of stand here and pretend otherwise. But I am someone that cares deeply, like everyone in this room as well. And I'm someone who is genuinely on a journey of learning and understanding So I'm super excited to be doing this with you. When I was asked to moderate this panel, I said yes because I knew that 3 women sitting next to me are going to take us somewhere real and somewhere that matters. So we have Lena in the building, who is building living, breathing spaces for Palestinian memory and Palestinian talent to exist on their own terms. We also have Moira, who is using data and visual storytelling to shift the narrative around Palestine at a global scale. And we also have Maria, who is thinking deeply about how we can learn, how we can teach, and how the next generation comes to understand this story. Between the 3 of them, they are visualizing Palestine, reimagining what it could look like, and building pathways back. So let's start there. Let's start with the simplest and maybe the profound question. What does it mean in your work to keep Palestine visible? And what does it mean to own the story? Lena, let's start with you. I felt like you were looking at me, so we'll go with you. You locked in.
Are you sure?
Absolutely. Mike.
So we built Gaza Living Story, which is an interactive story that allows Palestinians share their memories, their presence, document their existing grief, and also their futures and imagination for how they want their future to look like. And obviously, I wish there is that sort of visual where we can share the map as we talk, because it is very visual work. But you can always go to GazaLivingStory.org to see like that visuals. And people are sharing their stories in a sort of like connected to places that lived inside them and where they have been in these places for such a very long time, like, and they are still in these places. So obviously it is not just about what you would see like in the news of only finding numbers of where people like, you know, like from, okay, these number of places that have been bombarded so far in Gaza and so, but rather people are sharing their full story about their full life map of what they have done in these places, what the existing reality for them now, but also most importantly, what they want these places to look like in the future, because it's more of giving them the sort of ownership of writing their own story without being written by someone else who would filter that story or would translate it in a different way, or even would kind of like take it away from them. And I remember when we started this, we were talking as a team, and there was 2 of our team members, like Atiyalla Cooperative in Gaza, and they were telling us that as much as we are going through everything that is happening in Gaza, the most painful thing for us is that we are seeing our story are being taken away from us. People are just interpreting our story in a different way. They just mix it up, they change the narrative around it, and we are expected to accept that. So if they would allow us to be the writer of our story, then that would change a lot, because we would be finally be looked up as a full human being without being altered. And this is what drove us to start Gaza Living Story.
That's amazing. By the way, I saw this the other day, and it is actually mind-blowing. It's a better Google Maps. We don't even say that word here. But you can actually zoom in and you can actually see buildings, and then you can actually read the stories of people that may have visited the buildings, lived in those buildings. So definitely make sure that everyone in the room like leaves with that link as well, because you've done some incredible work.
I think I'm gonna complete what Lena said, because our like narrative is around the structure as well. So if the structure is fragile and is not built for the safety of the people, it's never truly in our hands. So we want to build something that can put the narrative back to the people. So the people of Gaza, the people of Palestinians that need that that narrative to go back to them, basically. So it's our platform. That's what you do.
Amazing.
Yeah, just an honor to be on this panel. Thank you so much. And just want to come back to something that Lena said, of stories are inside us. I mean, you said so many really important things, but this idea of owning the story, and I just had reflected that stories are not commodities and that they cannot be owned, that we find them inside us, we uncover them, and they can also transform us. And for me, stories live in our bodies. They either come from our body or we take them in. And there are so many ways to tell a story: words, music, movement, and images, and like Gaza Living Story and maps, and these things really shape the narrative. So at Visualizing Palestine, we are a narrative shift organization. So that doesn't mean we're shifting the narrative towards owning it, or we're since 2012, we've built a visual vocabulary to communicate, uplift, and center Palestinian stories. So the visuals, over 300 of them on our website, which are free to download under a Creative Commons license. They're used by activists, organizers, students, educators, and anyone who is interested in learning more about Palestine. Our community decides which stories to move toward and which to move away from. So we have many visuals that document the ongoing genocide, maybe the current reality, and these are important. Documentation is incredibly important, but our community might decide that they want to move away from these stories. They're important to remember and to hold, but that they're not what we're moving toward. And there are also some visuals on our website, like Gaza Living Stories, that you can explore the right of return, one in particular called Return is Possible, which might be stories that folks in our community want to move toward.
Amazing. Lena, I'll go back to you and just on the Gaza Living Story project. So your grandmother carried an entire village in her memory until the day she passed away. How does this project preserve what's at risk of being erased, and why does it matter that these stories are told by Palestinians themselves?
Yeah. So I'm a refugee. I'm from a refugee family. My family were forcibly displaced in 1948, and they were displaced from a village called Barbara. I never lived in that village. However, if you ask me about how that village looked like, I would describe it really precisely. I would tell you about the women who were embroidering. I would tell you about the different ponds and the different sycamore trees in there. And I realized by the time that I was able to tell these stories from my grandmother's story, because she talked a lot about her stories, about describing this village and what did it mean to her. And she never left us of any single detail. And I realized by the time that she was telling us the stories, not only because she likes telling stories, but because telling these stories were her way of surviving and her way of surviving not only what happened in the past, but also the present and her identity. So with Gaza Living Story, obviously you can see the level of erasure and the destruction that is happening. And within the time of that, you would know that memory is the only thing that keep it alive. So this what existed to happen in Gaza Living Story. But again, rather than having the stories being told by others, the stories are being told by the people themselves. They would describe their life without being filtered, their moments and their lived experience in Gaza, which is really important thing. And they would speak in their own words, which changed also the narrative that we used to, where people in these places in the crisis moments are not necessarily the one who are centered about their stories, but they are reduced in a lot of different ways. And these are not only stories of loss, but they are stories of people who see the life ahead of them and who also looking for living the present in a way that they can also think about their future. They are really looking forward for what the future is holding for them. So I would say that this project is not just an archival, which is, I know archivals are super important, but it's also to making sure that people are resisting that erasure, not in the past, but also in the present and in the future.
That's actually touched on the next question. You can clap.
Yeah.
That deserves a clap. You touched on this kind of next question, so I'll open it up to you all. But actually, how do each of you navigate the tension between documenting what has been lost, but also, not allowing Palestine to be solely defined by loss as well? So you kind of touched on the future stuff there, but how do you hold memory without letting it become the only story?
I can try to start. This is a big question. But I also think when we talk about future visioning, we are thinking in maybe a linear or like colonial timeline, that we are on this trajectory that we must be moving forward. And this is very appealing, especially when the reality is so bleak. But if we go back to the story of your grandmother and her village, I'm assuming you held a vision of beauty. Like when you think about this village, it's joy, it's beauty, it's creativity. And so the historical and documenting the historical is also a way that we hold on to images in our mind, and we can only move towards a future that we can see. So sometimes we have to go back to the past to remind ourselves what is possible. So it's not, it could be circular or waves, however it's best for you to think about it. And I would say another thing, just to talk a little bit about at Visualizing Palestine, our visuals are it's a data storytelling. So there's always a data statement or a particular narrative or story that we're highlighting. And so in our book, Visualizing Palestine, A Chronicle of Colonialism and the Struggle for Liberation, in the introduction, we talk about the word number and the word story. And the word number has the word numb in it and the ability to numb, and stories have the ability to store. So when we think about what we're moving toward, let's not forget what we're carrying with us and what we're storing with us. Because to go back to what we both started with, these stories live in our bodies and we carry them with us as we move through the world.
I love that. The numb in numbers, that's logged in my mind now. Yeah.
And the stories, like they stay in structures, they stay in what we put them in. So if we put them on Instagram or any of the other platforms, they stay there. And the point of the Decast.Live, which is the platform that we are working on, is supposed to decentralize it from the person, so the story can live for the story. So it can be this itself as itself, and it can stay by itself. So no person can be so connected if they don't want to. It was built thinking about the Palestinian journalists because they were being targeted for the videos that they were doing in Gaza, and we built this platform to just give a ratio and the journalists could do their job without putting themselves in risk. So that was the whole point of the platform, and we hope we can be used for good.
Amazing. If you had to kind of put your finger on right now, like what's actually missing from the way that Palestine is being visualized, like even by people who mean well, what is that? What's the issue right now?
It's how Palestine is being visualized in general.
Yes.
Well, there is that thing that I would admit that there is still the scene of Gaza is being reduced into statistics, which means like we see people as numbers. We would ask about if something happened, the number of casualties and like how many people got affected, how many people now are being starved and so on. However, within all of these like things, I would say we don't necessarily think about individuals as their individual life with all of their life connections, which is a really important thing because like people that have their everyday life, they have their memories, they have their hopes, and they have their dreams. And when I was in Gaza, like I lived the majority of my life in Gaza, and we were going into these ticket challenges, and we start talking in depth about like how we want to solve the world's problems. And then we will get some mentors from outside, and the first thing I would hear from them that they would think, and they would tell me like, but we never thought that with all the challenges that you have, guys, in your life, you would start thinking about the complex problems that the world is having. So, because these are not represented and not seen in the news. So in the news about visualizing, you would see them as victims, but you also won't see these nice souls and those brilliant very capable people who are looking to change this world. So from that, we want to see that equal contribution where we see Palestinians are like being seen as people who want to change this life for better, and not only for them, but also they want to spread their impact across everywhere. And this is what we are trying to do at Yalla. We are half Palestinian team and we are cooperative. And we are trying hardly to be like seen in the way that we are working with the UK market. So frankly speaking, we are changing the lives of the communities of people, of British people, right? So definitely people wouldn't think as this is possible. Like, yeah, someone is suffering, but also hoping to change a life for someone else. So this, I think, is really missing, this angle.
I'll just maybe from a data visualization standpoint, because a lot of VP started in 2012 as an organization, and you can imagine in 2012, the movement was in a very different place than it is right now. So some of the thinking was, if we just get these really dense reports, UN reports, Human Rights Watch reports, if we just get this information out in the world, then people will start paying attention. So if you look at our older visuals, they're very infography, if anyone even remembers what an infographic is. And as you look at that library and move it forward, we to a lot of problems when the genocide started. So if you look at our visuals from the start of the genocide, you will see like it got to a point where we can't create these visuals anymore because the visual language does not to contain these numbers. I'll give you an example. My favorite visuals that we have is called for Elders. It was created in November of 2023, and it's a visual that represents the 70 at that time 74 Nakba who we knew at that time were genocided, were murdered. And it's a beautiful representation of them, and it includes their names. And this is a visual that we cannot continue to update, not only because visually the metaphor doesn't work, it would take too many plants to represent this, longer verify these numbers. We couldn't make a data statement about it that we felt confident, that we felt we could believe in the number that we were putting out in the world. And there's several visuals like this, 177 buses. Please find this in our library as well. We had a series before October 2023 called Zero Accountability. And there's reasons why we have to have zero accountability that focuses on the West Bank and focuses on Gaza, because it is a tactic, right? Like data is used as a weapon to fragment Palestine, to continue the erasure of Palestine. So there's a reason why we can't have a zero accountability graphic that covers Palestine as a whole, because the data doesn't support this. And it's a visual, again, that we're a bit moving. I don't know if I should say we're moving away from, but we think about this a lot in our team.
I don't have much to add.
Sorry, I went on a long time.
No, I mean, it was good. Again, you kind of started leading into the next question. So, I mean, I'll keep it there anyway, because I wanted to talk more about the tech. We're at T4P today, and technology runs through all your work. But we know it's also being used as an active weapon against Palestinians in Palestine through surveillance, censorship, shadow banning, algorithmic suppression. So how do you hold those things, and where does hope sit in that equation?
You want me to start?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So technology is a great tool. I think it can be used for us to connect. We wouldn't be all here today if it wasn't for technology. It's used to share information and store it, and even evidence sometimes. But yeah, it can be used in those ways as well. It can be people can be silenced, things can be amplified, different narratives can be suppressed. So as we saw in many platforms, that the narratives were being suppressed of the Palestinians. and the Zionists have a lot of money to propagandize their own narrative. So yes, I think the technology is used to that, but I think just as we saw today, we have a lot of other platforms and other people that is the base of the technology, and that's what I was going to say. And like my next point, we need to bring humanity to back to technology, so we can amplify the good things and use the technology for good. Basically, like that's my whole point.
Yeah, it's a brilliant answer.
There is something I would also add to you. That probably a lot of people don't agree with, or it's kind of debatable thing. But just thinking about now, we are running in that capitalist world. And obviously, even if you are a part of a big technology company, it's not necessarily that you are a decision owner, or it's not necessarily that you can change how this company works.
Yes.
And given this, a lot of Palestinians found themselves in a way that they are a part of that influential company, but they can't also shape the story and the narrative around it, because it's either means that they are out of that and they are out of a job, and that also implies for all the activists, or that whatever they would say, it's not necessarily something that would reflect whatever the companies are doing. And we were thinking a lot about this when we started First Yalla, is that there is that cross-border collaboration always happens in two ways. It could be that collaborative, but it also could be that it's extractive or uses the power dynamic. And that's why I am always with the idea of forming collaborative technology company where people have that equal say of how the company works, but also like in a way that make them decision owners, and also in a way that doesn't uses that what they have an equal right and say again of what they want, and this would help them shape the future of the technology. I know obviously this doesn't imply for all the technology company now, because we're talking about really big companies, but I'm thinking it's really worth thinking about for the future as we are building a new technology company. And we see today now, we saw with Abscroll, with the new companies, Thawra are coming ahead of other new big companies. So I think it's all about how we decentralize this stuff. And that's why I always think we are a part of the problem, because we're giving the power to a lot of people who misuse that power and who made us really a non-decision maker. And we can gain it back by gaining back that ownership and by pushing into that direction.
I really wish my colleague Rasha was here. She is our communications manager. She's based in Ramallah, and she couldn't be here because of nation states and occupation and colonialism. So she should be answering this question right now. She does incredible work to keep VP. We are shadow banned. We had a workshop about this upstairs this morning. And so something that we are sorting through on visualizing Palestine is there is also a move to the analog. I know I'm at a tech conference and I probably shouldn't say that, but what can we do to bring our stories out into the world across beyond these tech platforms? So we have organizers who use our visuals in wheat pasting campaigns. Activists are taking them to protests. So I think we also do our best to work within these confines. And of course, we're still on Instagram, we're still on Facebook. And we're also uplifting when our visuals are used at student encampments, and we just launched a student toolkit to support students to just hand these things out as leaflets on their university campuses. So sometimes, like we talked about the historical earlier, sometimes it's going back to what did we do before we had these tools that we can bring to today to overcome some of these challenges.
Yeah. I've had to skip some questions, so I'm keeping my eye on the time, but I'm kind of like, what does a liberated Palestinian future look like through the lens of visual storytelling? How do you see that? Open to anyone.
It's the hardest. Yeah. I'll just, mine's quick. It's definitely not for me to say what a liberated Palestinian future looks like. And it's not even for Visualizing Palestine to say as a Palestinian organization. I think it's for all of us collectively. And we really have to see it, hear it, taste it, smell it, speak it, and amplify it with our own gifts in our own communities. So for me, it looks like this room.
Well, that was perfect. I like that. Lina?
Just saying, like, when we see with the visualization, within people living the hardest conditions, they are still into holding into something by writing their stories and visualizing stuff. So people taking photos of their nicest or the smallest moments of their days means that they are all holding into living the present as they go through, but also into having a better future. So I would say with the visualization, it really help bridge that. It make it that full story when you start like thinking about how was your life, what are you living, and you want to document it with the details, but what you are looking for. So obviously with imagination, and this is how visuals come in, it really helps people think about that is in itself defines the future of Palestine. So when I was reading through the stories at Gaza Living Story, there was a guy who wrote something about his niece. She's 5 years old, and she had a drawing where she looked like as a pilot, and she said like, when I come older, I really want to be a pilot, but not that pilot who's killing children every day, that pilot who's throwing that love and peace everywhere. So even children made it into that imagination. I think visualization is important, that we share that imagination everywhere so people can see the reality. And first they see that people are dreamers, but then also amplify their voices for that. Because we all know that dreaming is not luxury, dreaming is our way of surviving the reality.
I can't go after this.
Pardon?
I can't go after
You
this.
can't. I have faith in you.
No, but seriously, I'm not going to speak over the lived experience of Lina, but I want to see Palestine and the future of children, they're as free, able to tell their stories without worries and without being scared of anything happening to them, because I'm sure they always think like that story that you just told about the pilot, and it's always in the back of their minds because that's their life. That's what they lived through. So I hope and I wish for and I fight for is the future where they can tell those stories freely in a space that does not make them be in danger, basically. That's what I wanted to add. Nothing against this story.
No, this is yeah, the most important. Yeah.
I'm going to squeeze in one more question. I can see I'm getting eyeballs in the room, but I think this community is based on doers and builders and people that just like find it easier to be able to contribute, right? That's what this is all about. So what's one thing someone in this room can do this week to support the kind of work that you're doing?
Go to visualizingpalestine.org, go to gazalivingstory.org, find a story that moves you and share it in any way that means to you. Share it.
As a psychologist, because my background is in psychology, I'm a clinical psychologist, so I'm a bit a fish out of water here. But I truly believe small choices and small things that we do can change everything. And maybe it's not a change like for tomorrow or next week or next month, but like that saying that we have we plant the tree for our grandkids to have shadow and fruits and everything. So our choices today shape the future. So let's be more conscious of them. And I think I like the room is full of people that are conscious of those choices. So I'm very happy and glad and that I can be here with you and with them in the panel and with our moderator, basically. That's it.
And yeah. Like, people are holding in Gaza on something that never and cannot be taken away from them, which is hope. So, and they see us outside as they're also one of their ways of hope. Like, I see people, like when I talk to people every day, that we are hopeful because we see people around the world moving for us. They are protesting, they are sharing, they are talking, they are changing the tech, they are doing a lot of things. So we always need to live up to that. We always need to not let them down and be the hope that they are hoping, and share as much as we can. Go to these websites and to other websites like Gaza Living Story and Visualize Palestine and share it as much as you can. And never be held back by all the negative stuff that you see in this world, because as much as that is there is a lot of positive stuff. And you can see it through all the stories that you will be reading through these platforms.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you for the amazing work you're doing. On time?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Share their stories,
Thawra,
share their work on
yeah.
Upscrolled. We need more of this kind of content
Thank you
flowing
all
through
for
Upscrolled.
everything you're doing, owning and shaping. Yeah, I have this one. I have the special mic. Well, thank you guys all for making it this far. We're almost done. We're finished up with all of our panel sessions. And so we're going to gather here for the closing session. But before we get to that, we're going to go through some of the workshop outcomes that we had. So before we jump into that, and we'll get into that pretty quickly, but one of the things from previous sessions we've had, London, Bay Area, like there's all this energy, there's all this excitement. So, you know, how do we keep that going beyond today? And so I'll just mention again, membership is a great way to keep things going, to stay connected to the community, to get involved and get on a team, like do something, even if it's small, but start doing something now. The seeds we plant keep going. The beautiful thing about the membership program is, like, when you sign up, we're going to do a one-on-one onboarding with you. We're going to get to know who you are personally, what you're interested in, what you want to contribute, how you want to contribute, what you're looking for. So it'll be a much more personalized session where we can get people connected to the right places where they can have the best impact. So let's see, what else do I have to do? Okay, so now we're going to get to the workshops. Those were taking place throughout the day on the second floor here. We had small teams. They were working a number of different sessions. They brainstormed. They have some great ideas. So we're going to call them up here to speak on these. So each one of these teams, keep it in mind. If it's something you're interested in, make sure you hunt them down afterwards and figure out how to get plugged in. So we'll get started with our first session. Samira, Creating Opportunities Workshop. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're enjoying and not really tired for this part, because we had really great workshops upstairs. The first one was, or the one that I was responsible for or moderating, was creating opportunities. And we were lucky enough to have organizations that have been creating initiatives in this space already. We had TAP, we had Gaza Sky Geeks, and we learned a lot from the problems that they face, even with the work work that they have been doing. What are the missing links? What are the issues that they still feel are existing? And we wanted to identify what are the current issues where we could actually start new initiatives, you know. So there were, I would just touch on 3 main issues that we identified. One of them was that we have a lot of programs that offer mentorship, and there are lots of maybe programs that are offering job placements and so on, but it's not got a lot of visibility. So people don't really know the differences between the different mentorship, whether it is for youth, whether it is for people who are looking for jobs and so on. So maybe it would be great to create some kind of visibility, one-stop shop where people could come in and identify what would be the best fit for them. So this was one of the things. Another thing we identified was that and we saw that also in the panel about creating opportunities, that infrastructure is a big problem. Yeah, so with the destruction, there's not a lot of infrastructure existing, which is helping people kind of stay connected, maybe through internet and so on. So there's lots of disruption for people to work, even if they are working remotely. So this is another big problem that they are facing, and we should be thinking of ways how to kind of tackle this problem, because companies may not be interested in hiring people where they think there's going to be disruptions in their work. Then the third thing which came up was there's maybe a lack of a more sustainable network of mentors which are going to be helping people be placed. So for example, mentors from companies which are mentoring people and then offering them internships and then offering them placements in the jobs in the companies. And maybe there are also a lack of companies, not enough companies that are going to be willing to hire Palestinian people, because maybe the big tech companies are not willing, and then the small companies don't have that much visibility into the initiatives. So these were a couple of things that we identified. We had 2 teams that were coming up. I would like to introduce them, and they would present maybe like for 30 seconds each of their ideas. And I would welcome anybody who's interested in their ideas to meet up with them and help them form a team. So Simon, would you like to come?
Hi. So this is an idea or a concept for a news space, an information sharing space. We can call it Akbar, means news in Arabic. And it can only succeed if the governance and ownership is right, in deep acknowledgement of what Lena said on the last panel. So the problem to solve here is to create an information and news space where Palestinians and their allies can meet to exchange ideas and find and offer goods, services, and labor, including scholarships and studies. Storytelling is the glue. Create a Palestinian and human-centered space for people to find each other and learn from each other. Phase 1, decide how to start. Could it be an added news or editorial function starting on Upscrolled?
Hello, I'm Mike, and I'm building a thing. I just decided today, I'm building a thing called Own the Problem. I've been in tech for 30-something years, and I have so many people who just build solutions to a problem they have no idea of. What I want to do is flip it on the head. I want people to find a problem and own the shit out of it. They need to represent the problem. They know the stats, the causes, the sources, the people to talk to, and just walk with that problem for as long as it takes. So that when people show up who want to build solutions, they go to these problem owners and have a place to start. Lots of people building solutions have very little information about the problem. Something we can all start today. We know this space is full of problems, but how many of you actually have picked one and own it? Zero. I know it's pretty much zero, right? So this is the goal. We'll find a very scientific way of determining what those bits of ownership are, but you, if you join, will be the expert in that problem space. You have no idea how to solve it, but when the solution people come up, you're going to be the expert. That's what I'm trying to build. It's going to be built whether you join or not, so join.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Hello.
So,
sorry, I wasn't sure.
No. Go. Yeah,
I
go
going
on
up?
up.
I'll go up.
on up.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you, team. So
Wasn't sure.
next up, we have Jenna, who led the workshop on intersecting causes.
Yes. So for those who'd like to join me up here, come on up. I spoke to you already, so come on up. So we discuss intersecting causes, and that's a lot. So I'll speak on one of them, and I'll let the other two speak on the others. But one thing was, obviously, I did a fireside chat about intersectionality with the LGBTQIA community, but I think one of the things that came out of that conversation was helping services, products understand who are they excluding from their platforms and who are they including in their platforms. And this involves speaking with the people who are building these companies, building these products. So I think it's important that we start with the conversation to build awareness, because a lot of people are probably doing it unintentionally. So I think it just starts with building awareness and having conversations with these engineers, with these founders, to the extent that we have access to these folks, to actually just start to build awareness around what are our products and services doing when it comes to excluding people and including people.
This workshop was sort of more about, I don't know, there wasn't like a technical solution that we were after. And at the table that I was at, we were talking about multiple barriers that refugees and immigrants face, and how, like, even where they end up, people from those places like have prejudice against them. And we didn't really come to a solution. We just had a really good conversation about that. So yeah, I guess if anyone wants to continue a talk about that, there's a few of us around that, not just a white lady from the United States. There are other people there at the table. I don't think I'm the best person to represent this, but everyone else is gone, I think. So yeah. Sorry.
All right, so another white woman from the United States here, but feeling super energized by the conversation on intersecting identities and also intersecting challenges. I think a lot of what we spoke about today, and in basically all of the conversations that I've been having, I think we've all been having, we're recognizing the sort of dots with unlikely connections and trying to think through what are the solutions. So from everything from questions of identity and the work that Jana is doing with Pink Thawra, but also questions on climate change, on refugee inclusion, on creating opportunities for people, on looking at sort of this idea of personal liberation and how we extend that to the collective as well. I think it's just essentially the conversation we're trying to get at the core of what are those unlikely intersections that we maybe haven't thought about, and how do we build solutions that include all of those questions, right? And so I think right now we're finding the right questions to ask. So if you have questions, so do I. We can ask them together and explore solution pathways that take all of that into account. And thank you again for the session. It was really inspiring and energizing. So.
Is that it? We're good? Is that it?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure. Do I say more? Okay.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yes, next up, Zahid, please. He had the workshop on exposing complicity.
Thank you, everyone. I think we didn't really get to a position where we were kind of at a solution point of view. So I'm just going to talk about some of the ideas that we discussed, and maybe some kind of idea around kind of creating a solution around it. So we were looking at exposing complicity, looking at companies, looking at, their role in the occupation, maybe putting some pressure on them. And what was really interesting, so we had two main groups, and both of the groups were looking at things like BDS and looking at lists and looking at what's already out there. And a lot of people felt like, that has, the kind of BDS has its place, but people are looking for maybe more nuanced and maybe some grading systems, maybe some kind of like, what are the kind of categories, maybe introducing more categories. So what's great about kind of these kind of ideas and these workshops is that you can start from one place and then you end up with two completely different solutions. One of the solutions that people were talking about was connecting what's already there. So we've already got things like the wall and kind of news accountability. So creating a real kind of call to action in terms of connecting these things together so that you can actually perform an action, and that action leads to an outcome, and whether that's reporting information or reporting news or using the kind of already the platforms are already there to kind of get a workflow together. So that was one of the solutions. The other solution was trying to kind of visualize something in terms of Complicity, to try and get something out there to kind of, we all like a great infographic or a something that's interactive. So maybe building something like that that will show that. The other table was talking more of a kind of audit process. So we have, we love these kind of standards that we have. So building a standard that looks at the whole kind of Complicity. So that looks at lots of different roles and crowdsources information from, VC funds or kind of employees or news, social media, all of this, tying all of this kind of information back and creating a platform where you can have a kind of a graded view rather than a kind of this is good, this is not good, buy this, don't buy this, so that people can kind of make a bit more of a nuanced, and that's again part of the education. So those were the kind of ideas. I think what's great is that these kind of workshops, they lead to so many discussions, and it's really, really hard to kind of have this conversation in the 1 hour window. But I think it just kind of highlights the fact that, we've come together as individuals to bring all of these ideas together. So continue talking, continue the connections, and take those ideas forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have the workshop on aid and donations led by Tiva. Thank you.
Is this working? Yeah, here we go. I'm also looking for Kenza, but I don't know if she's here right now. But if you are, just come up on stage. In the meanwhile, I'll introduce... Oh, hey. I'll start with yours. I'm going to excuse my language first because we went for some funny names of, the projects, which the first one is Fuck Up the Banks.
I think that's the technical name. And also payment processors. My name is Johnny Sopachuk. I'm here from Canada. I'm a part of the movement's leadership team with chuff.org with my colleague Nadine Abdullah. And we're talking about 3 specific use cases when it came to moving money quickly to where it's needed on the ground within protest movements. So the exclusion of marginalized communities from the banking and payment system, protecting the identities of fundraising proxies, whether they're campaigners or organizers or humanitarian workers who are taking risks, whether on the ground in Gaza or as a part of the diaspora. Our goals: banking access for all, payment, I can't read the writing. I got voluntold for this role, as we can tell. Payment roles that protect fundraisers. Our solutions, we didn't have any. So this is an open invitation. If there's any bankers in the audience, I'm assuming not, but folks who have experience, we talked about alternative payment platforms, crypto, building international new credit unions or NGO structures, or one of my favorite was creating a new type of capitalist community-based infrastructure with shell companies that allowed us to move money quickly to places on the ground. So yeah, happy to continue that conversation.
And since we had such a fun name, we decided let's just keep the ball rolling. So this is the other group, which is Fuck Up the Media.
Okay. Well, thank you for introducing me. I don't have to say it now. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Kenza. I work for Humble, and today I will be presenting you Fuck Up the Media. So we've noticed that we had a problem
the media attention is splintered, and it has never justly covered Palestinian voices. And as you know, the coverage often results in more awareness and sustained donations. So we want to like join forces with Fuck Up the Banks in order to raise awareness and make sure that we get the donations rolling. So what do we do now? Basically, what we want to do is educate grassroots organization on media literacy. First of all, because obviously if you can get your message across, it'll be easier for you to just communicate with people. Then help campaigners understand and leverage the donor journey to governance funds. Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, I know, you're just... Okay, and the last goal that we have is also to center Palestinian voices in a non-exploitative way. And this, I will be heavy on non-exploitative way, because this is very, very important for us to stop just exploit the tragedy that is the genocide in Palestine to just get views and like, you know, just bring people to just how to say that, sorry, English is not my first language, but basically, yeah, we want to put a stop to like trauma porn, I'm going to say it this way, because this is just not sustainable, and this is just not okay. And the way we aim to do that, it would be an AI-powered storytelling platform to actually fuck up the media and embolden resilience with everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is the workshop on how to fuck things up. All right. So next we have the workshop on scaling solidarity, and Omar will present.
So yeah, we had like this workshop about like scaling solidarity. So the aim of that, or the purpose of this workshop is is how to link solidarity to each one of us like lives, how to connect it to relate, how to make it sustainable long term, not just like one time and that's it. We will, as we said, like we don't want just to boycott like for 1 year or 1 month and that's it. How to make it sustainable, how to make it like a lifestyle, how to convince others in solidarity. Sorry. So yeah, we will start with the first team, Oliver and Ambra.
Hello, we're Oliver and Amber Jasser. We're both students of Arabic at Edinburgh University, and we're going to mainly talk about how to engage people, especially young people, in the Palestine movement. We're mainly focusing on looking at like advocacy, how we can turn each individual that otherwise thinks of themselves as like non-political or uninterested into an advocate for Palestine.
So the first thing that we thought about was like, who's our audience? Who do we want to engage with? How can we make the issue of Palestine matter? And our kind of answer to that was these kind of neutral, non-political citizens that don't know a lot or aren't confident in their knowledge about Palestine and don't really understand how Palestine actually affects them in their daily lives. And so we want to be able to access them and let them know that what's going on, Zionism, imperialism, actually affects them individually. At Edinburgh University, the money that we spend as students going to the university is then reinvested by the university into companies like Alphabet and Amazon, which directly are complicit in the genocide in Palestine and are funding Israel. So these are our goals.
So yeah, as Amber said, like we can look at like how to upscale that towards engaging like non-political people in like a wider society. So for example, we can point out to many people living in Spain, the UK, or the US, how Zionism affects them in their day-to-day lives. For example, a lot of their taxes are going towards funding like bombs and missiles that are sent to Israel that then that are then used directly in the genocide in Gaza. So our goals is mainly to create spaces for political education for these individuals. So how can we reach out to these otherwise people who consider themselves non-political, who consider the Palestine issue, quote unquote, too complicated for them? How can we engage them to, how can we like turn each of them into advocates for the Palestine movement? So we thought about political education, and through political education, that would teach critical thinking, that would educate them on the history of Palestine and the history of Zionism, which then further creates awareness through like this, which further creates awareness in these cities, which then builds a community around the Palestine movement in each of these cities. So then we're going to talk about like what this actually looks like, functionally implementing this, like wherever you are, whether that be in Barcelona, in Edinburgh, like where we're from, or even cities across the US or the rest of Europe.
Essentially, what we want to do is create community as the start of activism, because that's where everything begins at the grassroots levels. That's why universities are so important as like absolute spaces of education. We think that you need to, we would divide it into direct political education and also institutional political education. Direct political education looks like flyer posting, teach outs, workshops where everyone feels like they are welcomed. It's a welcoming space for everyone, even if you don't know a lot about Palestine, a safe space, making ourselves as activists visible on campus, approachable, and keep an uplifting message. I think if we introduce this as an issue that is negative overall, people will feel depressed about it and they will want to look away. We don't want people to look away. We want people to look at us. We want people to speak for us. And for that reason, it's important that people feel this kind of overall positivity and hope about the movement. And that's implementing it through community as a way that you can see direct action, and you can see the consequences of your direct action. Institutional political education would look like maybe scholarship funding, and kind of specialists talking at universities, non-funded, kind of like, because we had another girl in the group who isn't here right now, but she was talking about how she works for a UN organization, and universities are completely happy with like having activists talk, but they don't want to fund them. So we need to basically do our best to just put our effort in for no immediate monetary kind of benefit, and just try and educate everyone for a better world for all of us.
Yeah, I was going to bring up, sorry, if I can just hold the floor for one more second. I was going to bring up examples that have been implemented in Edinburgh, such as teach out that happens in parks, and how to engage people otherwise non-political. So if you want to talk to us about advocacy or like successes that we've had in Edinburgh, please come to us like after this. Just approach either of us and we'll be happy to talk to you. Thank you.
And now with Walid. Well, Asif.
Hello. We also were in the Scaling and Solidarity workshop, and we came up with an idea. The team name is AND. It's an acronym for Amal Never Dies, which means hope never dies. And the problem we're trying to tackle is?
I'm back. In my perpetual quest of asking questions, I found myself roped into a solution. So thank you again just for the privilege of speaking in this space. I think a core problem that we identified as we're looking to scale solidarity globally is this lack of agency that people are feeling, this sense that people feel that they cannot make a difference. And I think if there's one takeaway that I have from today, it is that we are all here to make a difference, and every small action does, in fact, affect change. But we do see that people across the board are sort of stuck in this state of shell shock, and they're unaware of how to drive and scale change. We see this sort of in the way that we activate across the media, you know, in one of the previous panels, talking about how do we use dignified storytelling? What are the images that are really going to drive people to change? How do we make people more aware, people beyond our circles who are perhaps not aware, or at least not aware or convinced that they can make a difference? How do we reach them, and how do we make sure that we get them on board.
And our goal is to not only spread these images of fear and destruction, and to spread hope and hopefully positive thoughts. We also hope to present easy, viable action pathways, because sometimes solidarity can be difficult, which is also an important thing to tackle, but we're tackling the easy pathways and challenging the anguish that people may feel when they see these pictures, when they hear these stories, into small or large action that builds a community and gives mutual support.
So what does that look like actually? This is why I think we're here having this conversation, right? What do we now build together? And I think the bubbling idea we have is some sort of platform that showcases alternatives that do exist, like the alternatives and the solutions that we've seen here today, but also creating calls to action for participatory design, making sure that there is a cohesive community with tangible examples and easy ways to act and engage. It's one thing to convince people to care. It's another thing to make it easy for people to do something, even if they don't care. And so what we're trying to tackle is sort of that ease of adoption for alternative solutions that are more ethical, that are more equitable, that are more just. And after that comes, I think, the advocacy part. So that's sort of where we landed. And let's make it easy. Let's make it the obvious solution to support the kinds of initiatives that are here today.
And I think the way I imagine it is that I don't think we celebrate our victories enough. Today, I think we saw plenty of victories, plenty of accomplished people who inspired me, and I think inspired many of you, that there is a solution, that there are plenty of solutions. And our platform, our idea is to share these solutions, share the small and the big victories with the people. So if you get a notification on your phone telling you that this person who you know through our community did an achievement that affected this many people or had this achievement, hopefully it will give you the motivation to go out there and do more change. And I think that's all I have to say.
Both the teams. Thank you. All right, so up next we have the workshop on effective BDS, and Afzan was the leader for that workshop. Invite you, yep. Thank you, Afzan.
Does it work? Hey guys, good to be here again. I hope you're still okay, motivated. I was not able to motivate my teams to come on stage, so I'm going to do it on my own. And I hope that I will be able to motivate you to join the teams that I'm going to introduce. So our session was about effective BDS. Hi, Mahmoud. Well, there is one who's going to join me. Applause for Mahmoud. I like to start small because usually when we start with big things, we usually head nowhere, get frustrated, and nothing happens. And there was one very tangible idea, and someone just said, like before me on stage, celebrating victories, right? And when it's about boycotting, we often don't know how effective we are. And we need more campaigns on basically how much damage did we create, how good did we hit them. So one idea is to start up a team that is going to work on these campaigns, write blogs, create social media campaigns to create awareness on how effective we have been with boycotting some products, some brands, especially from a financial perspective. So that's one. Then the other three teams, they basically came up with a similar story. And this one is a bit complex. So first I have to tell you a bit about the problem. The problem is that when it's about boycotting, we are lacking unity. To give you an example, for example, here in Spain, we have a small group campaigning against Carrefour, the local supermarkets here. But they do not get support. They're not in touch with people in other countries where people also buy groceries at Carrefour. They don't know each other, or maybe they don't even exist. and they are not in touch with people in other countries who are boycotting against their local supermarkets. Another example of the lack of unity is the social media campaigns. Very often we see small groups doing campaigns against a specific brand, against a specific product, but they don't reach enough people to become effective. Usually these campaigns, they don't grow organically. Like, for example, something that's happening in Lebanon right now, that's huge, and that's something that grows organically on social media. But we also need it for boycotting. We need to do it together. So one idea that came out of this is simply to form an alliance, starting with the companies, the founders that are doing projects in boycotting. So like today we had a discussion with Ahmed from No Thanks, there is Adil from Boycott, there is Ahmed from from The Wall, starting by bringing these people together, form an alliance, and then also at the local activist groups who are doing campaigns and simply organize social media campaigns. So that was the second idea. And then Mahmoud is going to talk about his idea.
Hi. So my name is Mahmoud, and I'm here to present you the call. So call is sorry. So we inspired ourselves by the law of return of the Zionists. Any Zionist can get Israeli passports. So why don't we do the same thing with honorary Palestinian citizenship to everyone in the world supporting Palestine, allowing them to ask for Israel committed genocide? You say yes, you get an ID, you get an access to an app. From that app, you will be having access to a whole platform where we can diffuse the information that we need. So we can create basically an army to use them to boycott, to do specific action. And the main action that we are targeting is to buy media. We will raise money to buy minimum shares, for example, into Fox News, and to get into boards and to influence the narrative. If we cannot influence directly the narrative, we can turn into like a Standard & Poor or Fitch rating company, just doing reports and breaking their, like making them unhappy, and then making shares drop. And at the same time, make some more money to invest it into dissident tech. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, sorry, I lost my place on the agenda. What's next? Cecile, social media. Sorry, all right. Next up, Cecile, who led the workshop on social media management.
Hi, everyone. So bear with me with the cheat sheet. So our workshop was about social media and silencing Palestinian voice, overcoming shadow banning and erasure, and supporting pro-Palestine creator. So I'm happy to welcome on stage Mohamed, Zainab, and Kayvan. Missing one. Nice. So we came up with three main ideas from this workshop. One was algorithmic bias that Mohamed will present you, social media cross-posting platform that Kayvan will present you, and then fake news and manipulation on social media that Zainab will present you. So I just want to take the opportunity to say a big thanks to everyone who attended the workshop. It was really inspiring, and I hope and I believe that it will lead to impactful changes. So thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm not going to take a lot of time because I know that we're all tired. So we talked about algorithmic bias. I'm Mohamed Hamarsha. I work for Al-Shabaka, the Palestinian Policy Network. Thank you. Oh, that's very nice. Thank you. And I am the communication person for it. So I am on the receiving end of social, of the social media companies. I'm the one who have to deal with it. So we talked about how the trends are changing really fast. Maybe 10 years ago, we used to have the trend on Twitter or Instagram or Facebook changing once a year or twice a year where we have to adjust. Now it's changing every 2 weeks or a month. We also talked about shadow banning and censorship, which is everybody's familiar with that. And we also spoke about how much we discuss the algorithm in a general way rather than identifying how the algorithm treats each problem, you know, like each different type of content. And we thought that we should talk about algorithm problems in a more specific way. The goals that we came up with were we want to dynamically adapt to the change in algorithms. So we want to be quick on our feet. We want to actually make adjustments, research, you know, research oriented. What is changing? Why is changing? How can we do it? Also, we want to build some sort of a community of practice. We want to have an organization to organization communication. I want everyone that is here that works in organizations that are NGOs, that are social movements, to actually be in touch with you and to communicate together about what you're seeing, what the trends, how the trends are changing, and how I can change it as well. And we also talked about the analog approach, which my colleague from Visualizing Palestine discussed, how we can have half of our work be tech oriented and the other half maybe like publishing and sharing things in you know, physically for people to see it. And yeah, the immediate thing that we came up with is a signal chat. You know, it's the typical thing, but I think it's more about building community and the community of practice. And we also talked about upscrolled specifically, and we said, what is upscrolled for us? Is it we have to focus on Facebook, we have to focus on Instagram in order to share our content? Al-Shabaka, I want everybody to read Al-Shabaka, but at the same, please read Al-Shabaka, but at the same time, how do I reach you? I need Facebook, I need X, but I need alternatives, and upscrolled chips away from the power that Meta has, the power that X have. So please make more social media networks so we can be present in it. As soon as one pops up, I always have an account created so I can already use it, chip away from the power and take away from the monopoly of the capitalistic, you know, tech bros. And that's it. Yeah.
So we worked on fake news and misinformation in social media. Those who know me here know that I'm very addicted to social media and I can scroll for hours. The main problem we wanted to tackle is really first the information void in mainstream media that makes people like me go scroll on social media. But the hurdle in social media is the overabundance of fake news and content that makes it difficult to distinguish reliable information and recognize manipulation strategies. The goal is how to help a content reader like myself discern misinformation and help recognize manipulation so they can take better decisions. And we're talking about content readers, not content creators. The message here would be, or let's say it's a suggestion for upscrolled, which would be first create a real-time toolkit that allows content readers spot manipulation. The toolkit can be, I don't know, it has to be creative and invented, but maybe a grading or maybe, I don't know, distinguished signs, etc. The second point is to train an AI application that can spot social media manipulation and that can be embedded in the app. Third suggestion is, so some apps like Instagram, they do advertisement breaks. So the suggestion is for upscrolled, instead of doing an advertisement break, is to do an advertisement educational break on fake news, like beware, be etc., careful if you see this, etc. Fourth but not least is have influencers advocate about fake news, and it would be a very nice trademark if Upscroll starts like that, about fake news and information manipulation without focusing on a specific content. Make it broader. Last, is so on Instagram, when the genocide started, there's an American group content readers that created a newsletter they called Daily Update. It's literally a newsletter that you receive on your Instagram messages. So the idea would also be to allow the creation of a newsletter that debunks content and give advice on what to advocate and how to respond. Thank you.
Thank you. We, in our group, we talked about the problem of not having enough time to post on all the different social media platforms, and especially now with new ones coming along, like Upscrolled, which we want to promote. We wondered, there are organizations that use tools that post onto multiple platforms, but not, at least I haven't seen that many individuals who make use of such tools. So either they have to spend more time themselves, and then we discussed whether there's a possible solution here, either with an existing platform or something we could possibly build as part of Tech for Palestine, which would make that easier. So you could post only once, and it would appear on all of the media platforms, so Facebook, X. And there are some accounts that I follow that seem to do this. I can see immediately one post appear, and it's on all the platforms. But there's many others that I follow where that's not the case. Either they're not on the platforms, they don't have the time. So that was the issue we discussed. And also, I wonder if anyone else is here does use such a platform, has experience with it. Please come up, and I'd love to hear what your experiences are or what could be improved. And if you have ideas for what such a platform could look like or what you would want from such a thing, also would be great to hear from you. And the first phase was basically just to research this, figure out if there is a good solution. Maybe all we need to do is just spread knowledge of such tools, so more of us who do care about this issue, who do post, can make use of them. Otherwise, the other option is let's start building our own that could achieve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. The next workshop we have is was led by Tom, AI and LLMs. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I did not do my homework, so I'm all alone up here. If there was anybody who was in the AI workshop and would like to come up and talk about their thing, please do so now. I know we had a really shy group, so probably not. All right, there were a bunch of them, but I did write down notes. So the first thing I want to say is that I've been with Tech for Palestine for 2.5 years, and we have heard a lot of ideas, and we have a page on our website. If you go to /ideas, techforpalestine.org/ideas, you'll see dozens of ideas that have been there for 2.5 years. So what we really need more than ideas, although ideas are awesome and really helpful, is people to actually implement things. So if you want to join Tech for Palestine, become a member, lead a project, like what we were really hoping would happen in the very beginning is that people would come to the website, they would see an idea, they would say, this is an amazing idea. They would submit it to the incubator as a potential project, and then they would build it. And that has not happened with anything near the frequency that we would like it to have happened. So that's just to say that if you heard a really cool idea here today, or you came up with a really cool idea here today, submit it as a potential incubator project, or when you become a member of Tech for Palestine, submit it as a new team. Teams are just our way of talking about projects that are operated internally and owned by Tech for Palestine versus owned by whoever runs the project. So, for example, Upscrolled, Boycott, Find a Protest, Jaywalk, Newscord, all of these that have come through the incubator are owned and operated by the people who built them, and we just support them. But teams are projects that we actually are going to take ownership of as an organization. And hopefully, as we scale membership, there will be a lot more of those and a lot more change in the world. So that was just my little unscripted spiel. Sorry. So as for the workshop, we talked about AI and LLMs. So that's a huge topic. Obviously, everybody here has hopefully heard of Thaura.ai now, and that's the real solution to all these problems. No, but yeah. So it's a topic. We had about 6 groups, and there was some overlap. There was actually a lot of overlap because there's some fundamental problems with how AI is implemented today in the world, and LLMs in particular. And these are related to, for example, people are relying on ChatGPT for truth and not necessarily getting truth from ChatGPT, especially on quote unquote contentious topics like Palestine. So one team came up with the idea of building an ethical framework, for example, which happens to be we already have a team working on at Tech for Palestine. So, but great, brilliant minds think alike. But the idea was to come up with a framework. What does it mean to build ethical tech? Everybody, not everybody, but people who say they're building ethical tech, very often do not describe what ethics means to them. And it happens to mean a lot of different things to different people. So we talked about building an ethical framework that could be used as a standard throughout the industry for building ethical tech. Another team, and that team, by the way, most of these teams did not come up with team names, so that's on them, not me, sorry. But one team came up with the name Bias Busters, and their idea was to find and analyze bias in models and come up with a taxonomy of which models are more or less biased and publish that on the website so that people could have a better idea of, Perplexity is more honest than Claude or whatever, which is a whole big thing to talk about, but there's overlap. It's related to how AI models learn. So AI models train on data. They famously consume all of the data in the world, whether it's copyrighted or not, whether it's true or not, whether it's opinion or not, and then they synthesize and try to say, like, here's a common denominator. But very often that means that if there's bias in mainstream data, which there happens to be on contentious topics like Palestine, AI models are learning untrue things and repeating it as truth. So that brings us to the third team, which was building ethical AI data sets. So this was specifically about building data sets that AI models train on. So rather than just having them train on all the data in the world, they would train on specifically ethical data sets. You want to come up and talk about that? All right, great. I have a volunteer. I did not expect this. It's amazing.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we really pull it out together. And I think the biggest problem is that any AI application or technology application needs to pull out data. And here it's very critical what are the data sources. So what we came up with is to have a centralized database that different projects that actually here, like Thawra or also the Know Things app or different projects can use from. And our idea is to consolidate a database that everyone can use and has a common ground how can be interacted by an API. But also, I think that's also the nicest contribution, that maintaining that is very consuming and is difficult, but we can develop agentic workflows that actually by themselves, they start once you define metrics on what you describe as ethical, then the agentic workflows can maintain and update the database by itself. So yeah, this would be a really effort-saving project for a lot of different projects that can benefit from that.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much summed it up really well. But the idea is to have ethical AI data sets. So from the start, when you're building a model or you're training a model, you feed it the proper data to give accurate results, but also ethical ones. And so maintaining that, inputting the variables to train an AI model to determine what is ethical per category so that we can maintain that data set in the future as well.
Yeah, maybe just to add at the end, because we always talk a lot about boycott, but it's not the only use case for such an application. So it can be really multi-purpose because you build a data set, but you also can pull in context for different applications. So it really goes beyond only the boycott effort, but can be for other applications.
Two more. Okay, do we have anybody from the Levant here? Like, not literally from the Levant. There was a team called the Levant. Right?
Hello. Am I allowed to look at the notes? Let's see. So in our group, it was also related to, all right. Okay, so our group was focused on the fact that many of us, younger people especially, use AI as a source of truth. And AI doesn't even necessarily cite its sources. Oftentimes, at most, it will cite one source. We had numerous ideas on how this could be addressed. Now, I'm actually going to list the few ideas we had from probably easiest to implement to more difficult. But in terms of the low-hanging fruit, we feel there could be a page on Tech for Palestine essentially ranking various AI providers, similar to an idea that was mentioned earlier, but ranking them by trustworthiness as well as by the validity of their, or the presence of sources. So if an AI provider provides a single source, they're ranked higher than one that doesn't provide any. If there's one that provides multiple, they're ranked even higher. And that would incentivize especially smaller AI providers to provide more sources so that they can appear on the list and get some visibility. Another option would be to, or a follow-up activity would be to provide workshops for people to teach them how to use AI in a way that validates the sources, essentially to ask follow-up questions, that type of thing. We also discussed the possibility of building a browser plugin that can proactively follow up at after you talk to ChatGPT, for example, or whatever AI you talk to. It can say, hey, it looks like you asked for information. You should ask the follow-up question, or it could ask the follow-up question for you so that if you forget to do it, it will give you that reminder. And the final suggestion that was there was just kill all AI and then we won't have this problem. So there you go.
Okay, and we're way over time, so I'm not going to invite anybody else up to the stage. But real quickly, the last project that we had was about AI sustainability and developing models that are more effective, like an AI-powered Google, rather than like an AI, Google AI search results. It would be a search engine that actually uses AI to validate the truth of the results as it produces them. So, thanks so much. Thanks.
Great ideas. All right. Our last workshop was media bias, and Ahmed will present that.
Hi. So with the workshop on media bias, we've discussed a lot of issues and ways to solve them. So we've started from ownership to the bias to the structural powers within media related to ownership. And we've come to the agreement that actually to fix and help with media bias, we should empower the next generation of Palestinian journalists. And I will invite Zainab and Wa'il to tell you a bit more about the project we've had in mind.
Hello again. I know we're over time, but I will not be short because I really believe in this idea. We're discussing that we see a lot of people being shadow banned and a lot of content being taken down on social media currently. And we were thinking of ways. One of the ways was to like the alternative social medias, right? But then, in my opinion, I think we're hitting a wall of creating a bubble. We're only posting for the people who already support Palestine. When in 2023, we saw that the majority of the people who learned about Palestine and started supporting it was through Instagram and through TikTok. So we came up with the idea that rather than just exclusively migrating, we can build up a platform or an agency where we are training the current content creators in Palestine to show them how to navigate the current social media, how to avoid being shadow banned, what words will get your content shadow banned, what words will get your content boosted, how to start a video. So just media literacy, education, and research. Maybe also get them some sponsorships, build a connection between the content creators, and like through research and development, amplify their voices, teach them how to manipulate the algorithm, and basically oversaturating Instagram and TikTok with Palestinian content, so that they're, even if they want to ban it, they're unable to, they're overwhelmed. And we have a few suggestions. One of it was collaborating with Upscrolled, so we can have this as an option for education on how to create a proper video that will more likely go viral, let's say. How to post it on several media platforms, not only on Upscrolled, on Instagram, on TikTok, on X, and allow content creators to access these information and teach them the best practices to manipulate the media and to make content that is Palestine. And we also had the idea that we can take videos from content creators in Palestine who don't want to be in danger, and people who are outside of Palestine putting it together and posting it. I really believe in this idea. Hopefully I didn't neglect to mention anything.
In one of the sessions that we were talking also about social media, someone said, a content creator, that they need to choose between workload and visibility. So visibility is not on Upscroll, right? It's more for now on X, TikTok, and Instagram, right? So that's why they said, I don't have the time to be everywhere, so I'm just being on the big ones. The idea would be to give a favorable advantage to Upscroll. There's giving a consultancy service on today, this algorithm is working like this. This word is being shadow banned. This, so that they create their content from Upscrolled before they expose it to on the other platforms. That's the bottom line.
Thank you very much.
Workshop leads, I'm good. Thank you to all of our workshop leads for the inspiring ideas and thought-provoking discussions. We are going to send a newsletter out afterwards. Sorry, let me get back on here. So we'll include information about the partners, the participants, the partners and the different workshops. If you guys are interested in, if you have a service to offer, something that you want to be included as well, there's a whiteboard out in the front. Put your information with a postcard and what services you offer, and we'll include that in the newsletter. Before, we'll have quick closing remarks after one last special speaker, Paula, our sponsor from Bubbles Not Bombs, to the stage. You guys may have seen the little bubble kits in the attendee bags, and yeah, Paula's going to have a special announcement for us. Oh, sorry.
Hello. Hey. Hi, all. Something completely different. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you about activism, revolution, something that maybe you haven't thought about, but bubbles. I want to change the world with bubbles. It's something I've been doing for 15 years. I've been making toys that are sustainable, trying to do something completely different for children, for our planet, and for the world. And for 15 years, I've run a project called Bubbles Not Bombs, where I've got bubbles to kids who really, I think, need them. So kids working on rubbish dumps in Kenya, orphans, and over the last many years to many of the refugee camps. And what we've found by doing this is that, I mean, every child deserves to play. We all know this. This isn't rocket science. This is simple. But what we found is that just with bubbles, we can change a moment in a child's life. And it sounds simplistic maybe, but it really matters. And what hit me most was seeing children that were coming from Syria on boats, living something so terrifying, arriving on the beach and in the camps within a few hours, they were able to play with bubbles. And we got a photo on our website, and that's taken at a camp hours after these kids have been pulled out of the water. And they're playing and they're laughing, and that's what they're designed to do. Children are designed to play. That's how they work out the world. That's how they solve things. And when the genocide started escalating, you know, I make toys, I sell toys. I found myself, I wasn't able to sell toys anymore. I couldn't be part of this world that was commercialism, that was consumerism, that was buy more. But what made me passionate was what I was doing with the bubbles and the children. For me, that really matters. You know, I really care. I've got children. We've got children. We all know children. These children are our children. So what we're launching now, and I'm so proud to be doing this today as part of Tech for Palestine, as part of this incredible community, is we're launching Bubbles Not Bombs as an NGO. So this means our mission will be getting bubbles to children in war zones. Children who are being bombed today, children in Gaza, children in Lebanon, children in Iran, children in Sudan, children who are our children, children who are fucking terrified and are going through things that we can't even imagine, and trauma that is going to, you know, God knows. We're working with child psychologists. We know that we can make a difference. So it's moments of play, and it's ways that they can hopefully try and deal with trauma. Now, we need you to be a part of this. Everyone can play a part. We've got bubblesnotbombs.org. You can sign up. You can help us follow the stories, find out how we get bubbles into a war zone, because it sure ain't easy, how we can reach these children. And we've literally been sent a few days ago a video of a little kid in Gaza playing with bubbles, and his dad sent us a message, and it's just moved us to tears because it matters. It matters. So if you can please share our story, share our work, help us talk about the children who are going through shit with bubbles. Hopefully we can break through the media, break through the noise, break through everything that's trying to shut us down. You know, people like kittens, people like bubbles. So we can share this story using bubbles, amplify the children's story, and hopefully really try and make a difference. And I wanted to just say a huge thank you to every single one of you here and the organizers, because, oh my God, it makes such a difference to be part of this family. So thank you.
All right, we'll make this quick because we are over on time. So just a couple of quick announcements. So first, we are going to be gathering at El Effendi, just an 8-minute walk from here, after here. So if you guys want to keep the discussion going, please join us. The next conference we're announcing today is going to be at Brussels on June 6th. That will have a focus on policy, media, law, EU-Israeli relations, corporate complicity. So please join us again. We'd love to have you. What else? And just a special thank you, really, to all of the attendees, our speakers, folks that have joined us on the stream, all the volunteers that have been helping us, those that are here and those that are unable to make it today. Omar, Eva, I know you guys really did a lot with leading things. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, and really, let's keep. Oh, Katia, yes, of course, Katia, who was so pivotal in organizing. Yes, I'm sure I'm missing many others, so sorry, but thank you all for making it possible. Thank you to the community, the volunteers, the project leaders. This is what gives us hope. This is what keeps us energized, us taking back control. We're not outsourcing decisions. We're taking ownership. We're building things ourselves. We're going after it ourselves. And so thank you all. Please consider being a member. And God bless and free Palestine. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.